ignore that now. Share my face. My face is sharing. Share my screen. Hello, everybody. So today is going to be kind of interesting. So I'm just checking my channels. My okay. I had to wipe my computer on last Monday because of a tragic game jam incident that completely destroyed my machine. So I'm still recovering somewhat from this, like setting up UI sizes and shit like that. I can't read. So okay, screw it. I just can't see the channel and who's in it.
Got a few of us. It's you, me, Jesse, Lear. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna butcher all these names again. Lyserel, Protan, and Sequence.
I was waiting for you to turn up to butcher it for me.
I know. Usually you're the one butchering it, so I'll take the bullet this time.
Yeah.
Which is terrible because in real life, one of my names are all just like ridiculous, and so I should be better about pronouncing other people's names correctly.
You have all the names. You saw all the names.
It's like Rumpelstiltskin. If you know it, you have my power.
It's too loud here. My keyboard's also screwed because I spilled crap all over. I mentioned this. My keyboard's messed up, so only a few of my keys still don't work. So it's gonna be. Luckily, we're working on some pretty high level stuff today. So I guess to like get the ball rolling here. I don't know, stacking up. Hopefully it's not OBS thanking me. You guys see my screen okay?
Mm-hmm. Well, I can at least.
My mouse is gonna drop out now. I'm just gonna roll the punches here. So.
Tech is actively trying to stop you from doing work.
No shit. Oh god. So we have oh, before I head out, have you done any Easter eggs with a couple of people that get them? Easter eggs in Tangletorn? We haven't done any Easter eggs yet though. No, we've precisely though we have ideas. I also want to bundle Trigger, whatever it's called, the game, so it has to get finished too. That was yours, yeah? Yeah. Play sequence. Play sequence of numbers. Four laps. There you go. Play sequence of numbers. Right, so currently, we were working on the combat. You guys have all seen the combat to death, and we've been working on combat forever. We've come to a bit of an impasse. We have like two competing ideas of how we want to go with the gameplay, and both of them could work for combat. Primarily, how the timeline's going to work, and it's quite fundamental to how combat works. Well, very fundamental. So, what we're doing is our amazing animator is going to be putting together sort of animated mock-ups of these two ideas, and what we're going to do is put them to you guys, because I mean either one could work, but the game is for you guys. So we want to put it to you guys, see what you guys think, feedback, see what you guys prefer, because right now we've reached somewhat of an impasse, which leaves us in an interesting position today, because for once in a long time we don't have to work on combat. So today we're going to take a high-level look at the game itself. So the game, I'd venture to say most game engines are fairly hard-coded, and I don't mean that in like, you know, if attack equals this, then do 5 damage. Not like that hard-coded, but like everything about Tangletorn so far is moddable, or potentially moddable, using our Tangle system, like the whole everything about it, and including like, you know, the menu sequences and like when music plays and all this kind of stuff. So we're taking now Tangle has developed so much since we last in just through the combat system. We're taking a step back now and looking at the game from a high level perspective again and saying, okay, how can the whole game flow work using Tangle as a our system. Not just for the sake of modability, but for the sake of it's easier to develop with. So this session is probably going to have a lot of talk and discussion. We were starting to get into some deep topics over in the other Discord, so I thought we'd pop over here in case anybody's interested. If you're not interested in this kind of stuff, like high level, just software architecture and game design engines and stuff, then this may bore the fuck out of you. But if you are interested, stick around. All two of you guys. Sequence, I believe in. Sequence is here for the Easter eggs.
I believe too.
So,
If
Jim,
it makes you feel better, I also believe in this. I figure I probably should.
Good. That's a good start. So, where were we, Jim?
Contractually required to believe.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Contractual.
Mandatory belief.
So we were thinking about how the game can be broken down. Oh my god, sequence. It all falls apart if you leave. It all comes crumbling down.
I thought you believed.
No. Sequences don't believe in anything. Sequence of lies. Okay. On that bombshell. We're trying to think about the game and how it can break down into. I'm just going to address the Jib so it's a more natural conversation. So, states as opposed to screens, because I think a state, your same screen can have many states. Yeah.
Mhm.
You with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, on state, so we're thinking about the main menu here. My computer will let me even move the screen around. Think about the main menu here. State entered. Sorry, sequence of numbers. This is going to have to go back to. It's going to be playing a sequence. Now, what might this look like? This would probably look. It's just going to have. Where would these sequences live? Would they be other graphs, or would they be some kind of other data format? So, would they just be a? They could just be a list. It could just be a timeline. It could literally be a timeline, an animator, Unity timeline. Which I prefer not to because that doesn't make it as moddable. We probably want to represent our own timeline. Now we can use the Unity's timeline editor to do this stuff. I don't think using Tangler for strictly a timeline is going to make sense. That's going to be abusing it and just bend it and just make it just be horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like to be able to scrub through it ideally.
Right.
Which we can do with the Unity. So if I very quickly make, we've got a blank scene here. So if I make a quick UI here, let's put some text. So just to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So we'll have, put a camera in there just for you. So we'll throw some text in there in the middle of the screen. Just testing the keys, honest. Okay, so we could take this, we'll call this the title or something. Let's call this whole thing, I don't know, screen. And I can attach an animator to this guy. And then bring my animator window down. Do you use this stuff at all?
No, this is all pretty new to me.
So not an animator, animation. Like that. And so now I've got basically a dope sheet. They're still called dope sheets. Used to be. So now I can create an animation on the screen itself. So I'll create a clip. This is a temporary folder. One with my Control Shift and no. So we'll call this, I don't know, main menu. Because that's what we are doing here. So we'll call this, I guess, something a bit better. Let's do at least the font. Yeah. Okay. So say we
I think
want.
this is the final menu.
Yeah, ship it. So let's put background in here too, because maybe lots of fades. Like I genuinely do want to test this idea of the sequencing out, so it's going to be quite useful. So we'll put an image. Now this is not world space for once, which is lovely. We'll call this the background. And we should have some nice background art. Hey, my K key is working. And that engine oil I put in there, 3-in-1, did the job. But do we have some? Still have some lovely.
Oh, we do. Jacato just uploaded some to the drive.
Sweet. Do you want We have one background.
Yeah, let me snag that for you. We have more.
Yeah. I'll use this one for the ruins one's quite pretty. I'll use that for now.
Hmm.
Oh, that's not what I was thinking.
Here, I'll send you a link
Jump
to
over.
all the new ones that Chicago is like, let's use these.
Think main menu. Again, I'm gonna keep this pretty simple. What's Tangletorn's color? It's this yellowy thing, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah, green.
I thought it had a yellowy thing. Yellow green. Okay.
Hmm.
So again, this is I just want to be able to animate something. So we'll have the background and then we'll throw a few buttons in here. So I'll make a quick menu buttons vertical layout group. Still this in scene view. It's better. So I can be down here and like that. Vertical. Yeah, good. Let's make this whole thing in 1080p. And menu button needs to be like so, right here somewhere. Vertical layout group, so I'm making a bunch of menu buttons. This one, create, I guess it'll be continue button. I don't want to go as far as like this. A UI should probably be. I don't want to go as far as making a UI moddable in the sense like this is moddable. If it comes to that, then having like add-ons and stuff, like but okay, I've just shot myself in the foot because now I do want to make UI moddable, but not. I've done so many systems like that before.
I think that we can make certain aspects of it moddable, like this is a button, what does this button do? But in terms of the back end, like how does it look and stuff, that might be something we don't have.
Well, I mean, it's something that could be into. That's something that can happen post-launch because that could very much be using the new USS, which is like CSS, but for Unity. It's still,
cool.
It's they do use it all over Unity, but it's not really production ready yet. But that would let you use a very much like an not HTML, but like an XML style markup with styling with it. So it's very much like HTML CSS.
Sure.
Well, there's a Tangletorn, in my opinion, if you're making a moddable game sequence, then if your game can't turn it into another game that you didn't intend, like I was working on Little Big Planet karting once, the go-karting one that it's fun to work on.
Oh yeah.
But one of the designers, he made a Halo clone out of it, and
Wow.
or was it the QA? Either like I don't know. He was a QA / designer, and he made a Halo clone, and it worked. That was the good sign of a moddable engine. For our if we can't play Tetris in our timeline system, a sideways version of Tetris, then our card graph system is probably not strong enough. So aiming for the stars and having like some ridiculous lofty goal of what you should be able to kind of hack together with your engine usually bodes well for how moddable your things should be. I mean, obviously you can add stuff later and don't get carried away, obviously. But all right, let's just put some super basic down to keep this simple. I do want to make a few prefabs here. So prefabs, UI. We're going to do menus. We'll have this as a menu button sometimes. So I'll have a button. It'll have the same font. It's our font Tingle regular. You won't have a background. Probably. It'll have that scratch background that we have. It's nice.
Mm.
We use that on the end turn button. Let me grab it quick. God, it's so maybe just me. It's so refreshing thinking high level and not combat right now.
Yeah.
You
I
really
was gonna say this is your favorite area.
Oh, dude, this is my jam. Stat shadow editing. Oh, we already had a main menu. We're rebuilding in core for now. Actually, no, we shouldn't rebuild in core. Let me just If we make that button work. Basis. Good. I'm just gonna rip all this stuff out and put it into this main menu so you know all this. That didn't work. Maybe I control C didn't work. Oh, you can't control X. Like control X, you wouldn't know where to delete the other one from. Control C works though. And for the simple again. And we'll first flow, yeah, we'll flow. So current goal is getting main menu working with some kind of simple animation. Sequence. Now I'm reminded UVI, such as UVI, not a VST everything. Sequence, you have too many acronyms. Okay, so let's give it some textiles. Color of choice, who knows? I'm sure the Tangletorn was supposed to be yellow. Let's see if I can.
It was more of a green, I'm almost positive, because I have a sticker.
Olive green.
It was like an avocado green.
What's avocado?
Or it was all kind of avocado, just colors in general. The
Okay,
outside and the inside
give me-
were kind of like the two
Let's
colors.
get some swatches in there. Let's get a color palette happening. Not that I'm gonna. This is a text. Gross. What was
Yeah, we need Ket for this.
What was our negative color palette? Like a dark green?
Yeah, like an olive green.
Don't send a programmer to do literally anybody's job but a programmer. Just don't do it. Okay, so let's just whatever. So we have some buttons. This one will probably be disabled. Let's apply those changes to our prefab, throw a few more buttons in. Make it so they don't scale the height. Center them, middle, center. Yeah. Middle center. And we'll have a create new. I'm not sure why I'm bothering to name these like everything. And just some basic settings. And quit. Quit always seemed very kind of sad to me, so I'm not going to. So we have some mini buttons. They're a little small. Make them a little bigger. A little bigger here. No? You want to apply that? Really? Okay. Scale? That's not even what it is. Let's see one. Okay, so focus cache. So this is the main menu animation here. So we'll just start with like add a keyframe. Okay, I remember how to do this now. Recording. Add a keyframe. Well, we just take one of the things like title and set it's at 0. It'll have. Let's put a canvas group on it. And let's just 0 this thing's alpha. So titles canvas group thing, and then after like I don't know, it's just in seconds. How does animation work? Colon second.
Keyframes, possibly.
Are those in frames?
Oh wait, yeah. What?
I have no fucking clue how these. Either way, let's get that animation one. Let's see how long it takes to play. Animators are weird. Like just saying it. Saying. So we can animate this for instance, and then we can say perhaps we can take the button. So after this is finished, we'll have these buttons start out like over here, and then by the time once that's faded in, I'll let's do it at the same time. They scroll on them.
Oh, it's definitely. I think it's in frames because it's 60 for per.
Okay. So this is
per
what our
second.
animation might look like. A sequel, like zoom, right? It's simple, with no looping, obviously. So that's an animation. Now, how might we tie that to our graph? First of all, where would the graph live? Does it live in the scene? Does it live in the data? Does it live? So in our core, we want to be able to load this new screen, this new game state, right? So I think when we go to a game state, loading a screen is going to be part of that. A YouTube video. You know we can't do that. Can't watch YouTube video. Professional.
I mean, you can.
Not much. So our main menu. So we'll call this. I guess our. Do we want to make screens? Let's hold canvas because this whole scene's one main menu. So let's give us some shit we don't need. Like this old stuff. Do I think I have a script on it? What was a script doing? Huh. Oh yeah, yeah, we did have a undo thing here, so let's disable that. It's kind of a, it's a relic. So if we could play the scene, nothing would happen. Nothing refers to core, so it shouldn't load any external stuff. We'll loop that. Let's just fix that. So the animations.
Or you just leave that in, and they have to like their first test is to be able to hit the button.
You can't get that yet. So that would be that wouldn't be called on the main menu. That would be called like that would be called
main menu.
Transition in. So already we need to folder structure here. In fact, I don't even think you want to go as far as using folders. Because we eventually want to use pickers for this. Potentially, you have a lot of animations. You don't want to be using folder structures when pickers. So main menu on enter. And then we have a similar one for in reverse for leaving. So that no longer loops. It shall work fine. Hello, roaming shadow. I'm just gonna check out the power effects work. If you've stepped just into this doorway, this is not us making the main menu. It looks like it. I can see what this looks like. This is not us making a main menu. This is literally testing an idea. All right, so we have our main menu scene. That's good. But let's just get the hell out of here. Let's people stop thinking this is the actual main menu. So we have our game flow. There's not really much need to go back to here. So let's we do want to start from the core scene. So this guy is straight up going to be starting a graph. Now we have way more ways of starting graphs now, so we're gonna make sure that's still. This is old. This is based off relic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I enter my alt tab, my keys for navigation seem to work. That's what we need. So we're gonna want a game state menu, called main menu, which we started working on. So let's look that up. Now it's purely placeholders right now, but we can work with placeholders for now. So on state entered, play some kind of sequence. So this is going to be the actual will be an animation. Or do we want to create like a layer between that?
I mean, the layer between to pick it, I think, would be ideal, right?
I think we're going to want a layer between, even if it just straight up plays an animation clip on a certain animator. But that layer between is going to be important because eventually that will be replaced with something that we can serialize, work with external tools on, and achieve the same goal. Even if it's triggering a built-in, like hard-coded animation, that's fine. It should be great. So, we could probably start getting rid of placeholders. Let's just go straight in there with some code, shall we? Much code. So this stuff is very much game flow. So I think game state probably. Game state stuff. You can tell I'm excited. So we're gonna have a game state. Hopefully that's some patch anything. And then there's gonna be some Tango nodes associated with these. No, I do something I hadn't done in a long time. And that is do it like this. So normally have huge hierarchies, and I don't care about my project. In this case, I actually give a shit about this one now. Actually, I might save this for a little while, see if it rubs off on me. Even that wasn't saved. Oh, Peter. Actually, I prefer to be able to slide this up there. This is superior. I just come to everything. Okay. So we want some scripts. Now, Tangler's not in here, is it? It is. Okay. So
Yeah, it's there.
Tangler. No, this is just. No, it is. No. This is in. No, Tangler is actually its own entity.
Oh.
So Tangler nodes. God, that's so much. We've written a lot of scripts, mate. We've done a lot of stuff. Okay. This is gonna make Tangler even so much more important that we revisit this at some point with fuzzy search and everything. I look forward to it. Like
Yeah.
I want to build it space, and just have a search bar, a nice gray theme, like dark themed search bar, fuzzy search. You know what I'm talking about? Starred. The most recent one, starred at the top. In fact, a system Jesse would be familiar with. The system we used, Node Canvas. We use that. It's 2dogs. That did a similar kind of thing job as XNO, but wasn't anywhere near as open as this and powerful. But it did a really nice way of adding nodes, and that code I can take some inspiration from. I'm not gonna rip it because I want to make my own anyway. But although that asset did come with full source, so I could rip it if I wanted to. But this basically is a nice fuzzy search, and also, I mean, if you drag a wire off something and you let go, it gives you a fuzzy search that's contextual. Right? Something might, if you drag off a agent target variable output, then it will give you everything that takes in agent targets.
Mm.
That'd be nice, huh?
Yeah.
So nodes, unfortunately, in lieu of all that, we need game state. Just another folder. And in there, I am going to rip off. That's a simple cell we've got. Let's grab start node. And we'll start with enter state. Enter game state. I think we might even already have an enter state. Okay, let's let this thing. Okay. Execution flow. Input false. Yes. This is. Should we go with the on enter game states? We've been using. Do we use on damage? The on damage.
Yeah, we're using on for.
Yeah, let's just stick with that then. So, what with ons for our events? Don't care about that. This will have for now nothing, and execute will continue to graph. And because this came from a start node, that was a bad idea. Let's look at something like on do damage. Because that one has a slightly different. Oh no, that's on intent. Yeah, these are going to be triggered in slightly different ways. Because how we trigger the start. I think there's a kind of control N that brings us up, but also double shift does. And for some reason I like double shift now.
I mean, it's easier.
It kind of isn't, because it's actually 2 key presses, whereas, well, on the same finger. So it's
Right. It's more like contorted kind of controlled
Well,
reaching the
I kind
end
of-
for me.
I mean, I don't have to. Oh, I know what it is. I don't have to move my hand off my mouse. That's why I like it.
Exactly.
Smart. I finally shelled out on the full suite of JetBrains stuff.
Ooh, okay.
Like $24 a month. That's my massive discount. But that comes with like,
I mean, it's not bad.
and I got PyCharm, and I got a whole like a client for the C++. I got a whole like everything they make.
Wow.
The PHP stuff should I ever went in that dark place again.
Yeah.
Start
I mean,
node
if you're grandfathered in at that price, that's amazing.
seems that way. I'll pay full price. It's like 20. It's still like cheaper than Unity. Looks like you can still use our start graph, and it does seem to do with our start. Oh, and this is definitely looking for our start node. Where's that start node happening? Yeah. So we're okay if there is no start node. Now this is we're gonna start keeping a close eye on the state of like the permanence of graphs, the memory permanence, as we were talking about before. Because these graphs are going to be extremely long-lived. The main menu might go away potentially, but things like like the overarching game flows, that runs from the second you start the game,
Mhm.
or maybe even longer. Ooh, background ops.
Ooh.
Who knows? Potentially, you might have to do some Steam Cloud stuff.
That's true. Yeah.
Uh, so we don't care about the start node. We're gonna fire up the graph. We'll get to this when we get to this. Let's just keep it top down for now. So on interstate, now this is where I rapid fire develop a finite state machine for the 10th time this year, and I'm gonna keep it really simple. Okay. FSM. Do we want it to be a mono behavior? It's a big question.
Mm-hmm.
Game state is a big deal. Now we already have core. Game state seems like a bloody good place for this to live. Keep in mind we've got game, and now we're starting to cross our wires a little bit.
Well, let's define some game states and see if they become
I
conflict.
think game and game state to me feel different. Game is very specific to Tangletorn. I don't think game state necessarily has to be. It's a flow around different states. It's agnostic to what the states do really from a systems level. From a graph level, they're very very much Tangletorn, but from a systems level, game state doesn't really give a flying fuck what game it's running.
Yeah.
Whereas game does. So I think game state can coexist with this. So game state I think should be pure memory, which for serialization is going to be a boom. So let's just work from here, and this is using mad top-down programming. So when we execute this thing, it will continue the graph. First, we're going to move to the given game state. I have a little list of keys here, which ones are fucked, so I can put them there. Well, I can't fix the key, but it's drastic. I can eat it now. So move to the given game state. Now, do we want to have the state like something wire up here? I don't see why not currently.
Sure.
So we're gonna have our game state manager. Is that too wordy? We're not gonna. How often are we gonna use this thing? Probably not a lot, to be honest. It's gonna be very powerful, but it's not gonna come up much. It's gonna be like.
Yeah, we can rename later. I think for now that's pretty straightforward.
So the game state manager, and we'll have. Now there's always. When you're doing an FSM, it's like, do I have a go to? Do I have a transition to? Like your wordage here really does speak volumes when it comes to the design. Like someone would say transition, and then a new state, or transition to state. Some say go to, but go to me suggests like you're leaping there. You're like skipping to it.
Yeah.
Transition
to should work.
Transition to me means you're very much leaving somewhere and arriving somewhere. So transition now. There really is no skin off my back if we get fancy with generics now. It could.
Rather than transition to state, it would be transition to and then use
Transition
the
to
type.
state, and then we could have main menu, for instance, or whatever our state is. Now the problem here is that does not fit well at all. Well, now the state's type. We don't want any states to be typed at all. We definitely don't want states to be typed because they're data, they're pure data. The second they get typed, they're types, they're not data driven anymore. So this very much has to take something like a state. No, wait. This is where we've entered the state. We've not actually arrived here. This belongs somewhere else. See sequence. Moaning shadow. If you leave, we're doomed. You're left to see with Leroy. We're screwed. Ah, motherfucker. Oh.
Nice.
Okay. Okay, so game state manager.
I'm still listening. I'm just working at the same time. It's possibly what like I miss things.
That's cool. This is if I seem overly excited, this is the shit I live for.
Mm-hmm.
Like high level architecture that makes it incredibly easy to modify later. Hopefully. So far good. So far so good. I think we may have taken a while, but it's paying dividends.
Yeah.
And it's becoming more obvious that too. Every time we add something, like hey, let's make this car that does this crazy thing. It's like, okay, we have to add a new thing, a new node for that. But then the crazy thing is done in like half an hour.
Right.
Um, so game state management transition to state. This we're kind of already inside the state. Where's this kick off? We do eventually. Okay, well we know we're gonna have to have just like we have a start graph thing in core. Sorry, not game flow. This thing spits out a graph. So create the graph. Now this is going to be important. How long does it last? Do we just like put it into a list of all the states? I feel it should be
I
explicit.
figure.
I don't think we should let memory management handle this shit.
Yeah, no.
So let's grab that state graph. We're gonna need it in a second anyway. I have this fear of boring people when I get excited about game architecture.
Nah.
I can't help it. Like,
I mean, at the end of the day, you're doing what you're doing and showing it for other people. Ultimately, your goal is to get it done.
I'm talking about most of you.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I mean,
I don't want to bore
I don't know.
my pair programmer.
I mean, I'm just happy to soak whatever knowledge I can, so don't worry about me.
Okay. I'll try not
The
to.
last thing I want you to think is that I should hamper you from, doing
Oh,
your thing.
you know when you find that you just found this great new song. It's like the best. You show it to somebody and they're just like, huh.
They're like, and they're like, what?
It's gutting, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I have a policy of
No, I get
never talking with someone's. I give anybody shows me a new song, they come with a purpose, and I give it my utmost attention.
Exactly, right. If they took the time to show you that,
Yeah.
Don't dismiss it.
Especially if we haven't talked to you in a while, like they came there with a reason. And, like I've some of the best music I've ever encountered in recent years. Some of them talking to you, it's like, Cash, you hear this. I'm like, thank you so much for that. It actually changed
Right.
in a small way. Alright, so
Totally.
we create a state graph. Then we're gonna have to add the state graph. I guess let's be more English about this. The K key is really working now. Like engine oil really helped that K repeat. Keep track of the game state graphs. This does not feel at all like mechanical keyboard anymore over the years and how much shit I've poured into it. I read that you can basically take a keyboard apart, which makes sense, put it in a bath, like above, like submerged in isopropyl alcohol for a couple days, and agitate it,
Okay.
and then dry it out for a couple days. And I think that might actually work. Like bring it back to life.
I mean, I would buy your other keyboard beforehand just in case.
Well, I got one coming up tomorrow, yeah. But I'm going to do that to
well.
this. I'm going to have to buy a shit ton of isopropyl alcohol, but
Hmm.
keep that game. So we're gonna have to. So what are these logically called? State graphs, I guess. Like at this level, every name matters. Like significantly.
Right.
Like really does. Maybe a list. Even like your types, like this could be a hash set. That makes no sense because we don't probably want to be hashing these things. This is gonna be a big test of Tangletorn. Well, not huge test. It's just gonna be. It's gonna push it, or it's gonna expand on it quite a lot. Nothing but good can come of this when it comes to saying how to combat. Now game flow. This thing's like just sitting around. Game state is our. Well, we don't even have a game state script yet. But the game state is going to be game state manager. That's going to be our FSM. So what the fuck is game flow about? Is it literally just supposed to kick off the starting graph? Because that can live in the core game object, or even just in core. That can live in the game rules. Let's leave it here for now, but that's probably going to end up in game rules. nobody wants to watch games architecture. No. Except there was that one guy, Ninetales. He loved this shit.
Mm-hmm.
He was big on this kind of shit. Oh, he says he'll probably be late, but he will be here.
Oh, okay.
Ninetales, I think, is a programmer. I think this might be his bag.
I think she is. Yeah.
She is a she. Sorry.
I think she. I'm not sure though.
I'm gonna go with they. They had insight.
Perfect.
They definitely had insight. So I think they might.
I think that they're in school or just got out of school, if I remember correctly.
Was it somebody was talking about having a degree in computer science? I think it was.
I think that was Ninetales. Yeah.
Right. Because I absolutely love to impart some pragmatic knowledge and a fresh CS grad.
Totally.
Not like shove knowledge down throat, but like advice. Just keep track of things because like everybody just thinks as soon as you graduate from computer science, you're just thinking like immediately. You're just thinking like whiteboard tests and everything
Right.
about quicksort algorithms. It's not. It's doing exactly what we're doing right now, or not other than yabbering on, or me at least. It's about carefully naming things. Talking a lot about your ideas. Communication skills. Throwing ideas around
Well,
and be
yeah.
willing to not marry to any of them immediately. You're not talking about it should be plain English. At this level of most of computer science should be plain English. Until you get to like the
Well, at the end of the
alphabet
day, you are solving human problems, and you use human language to express those problems. So that's the best way to start.
I mean, you shouldn't. Yeah, until you reach like the bare wire, or you're doing microcontroller stuff, you don't need to think about the optimizations and stuff like that. You do need to think about memory. Like, I'm thinking about memory right now, but at a totally different level. This is a different. Do we care about this thing? It's like, do we need to know this person's name? Or
Right.
Will they be back tomorrow? Enough for us need to remember their name.
Yeah.
So actually might use that analogy in the future. Something.
Mhm.
I'm starting with teaching again.
Yeah.
I'm not excited.
I'm going to be using your encapsulation analogy about the plumber and the
Yeah.
wallet and whatever interviews I end up doing in the next few months.
Nice. Really? Oh, did they? Oh, isn't it? Using an analogy back at somebody in interview. I never thought of doing that. That's clever.
I figure, I mean, if they're
Yeah.
saying, like, talk about encapsulation, I'll be
Yeah,
like, this
that's
is an
good.
analogy
Like,
for it.
that shows your communication skills. Like, boom, like that, right? And you don't generally get to
Mhm.
show off your communication skills that much in an interview.
Right. Well, any coder, it's like they think you don't have to be a good communicator. It's like, oh, you can be like a code monkey living in your parents' basement. It's like, you can, sure, but it
Yeah.
sure helps if you can talk to people.
Yeah. Yeah, I can code in FSM. I haven't reached the FSM part. I can code in FSM literally blindfold at this point. Although I try to kind of simplify it and tweak that a little bit each time. And luckily, this time it's not going to be a mad bowl of generics like it has been in the past three FSMs. It's like every time you do a game jam, you're going to have to make an FSM probably.
Mhm.
I like to stick to the ethos of not lifting too much code. Find the
Right.
ending state or graph. This can be an error if it doesn't find it. This is giving me a nice opportunity to if we have a find, we do. On enter state node. Even the word game state. I'm happy with game state, but even that's like pretty prescriptive.
Mhm.
So if you don't have one of those, then it's explosion time. Still trying to figure out when you can use these knots. I can't tell if I'm also trying to decide recently if I should be more specific on what kind of exceptions I'm drawing, but I've decided mostly against that.
Mhm.
Mostly just for speed programming sake. Couldn't find. I don't mind being talking code here. this should totally be in Tangletorn. I'm not sure what the hell I'm doing here. This should be a start game state graph. Because this is throwaway code. Well, we shouldn't look at it. This definitely needs to live somewhere else then. So if we operate on the assumption this is going to get burned, these state graphs should be in. Should we just do this in the state manager? Game state manager. They call it state manager? I didn't create it yet. Keep it as a raw class, and we'll put it. I mean, it will probably be a singleton. But the only singleton we have right now is a. Okay. I've lost my semicolon key.
Oh, that's a problem.
Give me a sec. On my keyboard and go at it. That's a fairly important one for coders in the house.
I was gonna say.
It was working earlier, so I'm concerned that hopefully we won't want to restart. So I found a great use for airbrushes. Cleaning out electronics that are wet. Or pouring or pouring alcohol, isopropyl alcohol into a keyboard that you just unplug. This Cherry MX keys now dripping with alcohol. Just kind of trying to push the switch in really awkward directions so it scrape off and crud. And then you hit it with your airbrush. It evaporates in like a second anyway. But it won't evaporate from underneath the switch.
Right.
And I'm not going to pour literally 3-in-1 engine oil on the alcohol because who knows what that'll end up doing. Probably just spreading it around.
Yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, like you said, you have your other keyboard coming, so you can do whatever experiments you need. Figure out what works and what doesn't.
Well, the one tomorrow I had great reviews. Mechanical keyboards have got hella cheap. You can get one's like $32. I mean, they're not running cherries or anything, but they're fucking mechanical keyboards.
Right. I mean, the question is, are they hot swappable?
No, probably not. But you're spending $50. What do you expect? Like, do you expect that?
Right. Exactly.
Hey, Nightales! Wait, should only be a bit longer. Oh, are you half here?
Yeah, she's not here yet.
Okay, can't speak then. It's like you're not missing much. I'm cleaning keyboard key out with engine oil. Okay, please tell me it's. I mean, it wasn't clicking or jamming, so I'm hoping. When the keys totally stopped working last time I had to restart. This key's not registering at all.
Yikes.
Oh, that's
You
keyboard.
mean like restart
Well,
Rider?
let me plug the keyboard in first. Hey. Uh-oh.
Well, now you can do either no or all semicolons.
Uh-oh, something else happened.
Is it putting spaces in for you?
Oh, okay. Right. I think it's autocomplete doing something weird. Let me just hit this up with a text editor. I think, yeah. Okay, I was getting some weird. I thought the arrow key was on the matrix. It's a matrix, right? I thought I was getting on some ghosting. That seems fine.
Oh.
Covered in oil.
Sweet.
At the ready. Whew, okay. The game state manager is going to live in and not Tangler. It's going to live way out in scripts game state. So our game state manager, bring her on in. I mean, oh fuck. Can't pull that folder that. Rename namespace game. How do we normally get around this? These types are separating namespace. I know some shit, but it names a folder that game state scripts game states. Okay. Like I'm trying to like sidestep this fucking thing for ages, so I want to remove that folder. I do believe in namespaces everywhere. but
Oh, totally, yeah.
I can't remember why.
As well, just for ambiguity purposes. A lot of like pseudo keywords that aren't keywords but could be, like that sort of stuff.
Well, speaking of keywords, I made my first feature request to a writer.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm perpetually doing stupid shit like. I'm all just type it out. I'm always doing shit like I type ridiculously fast, but I'm trying to, and then like yield new whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And like I expect like Word does, like soft words, like that's definitely going to be a return. Just like don't even ask, man. That's clearly a yield. And I think it's probably a duplicate request, but I put a feature request in for just autocomplete on keywords.
Mm-hmm.
And
like
if
you don't like them, have the option to turn them off, because that's the other side of it too.
Yeah, completely. And I should be able to add to that list.
Exactly.
If you push something that looks a bit like this, I mean, a bit like this part's hard, but you can just comment misspellings.
You know what you could do is find out your most common misspellings of them, and then put those as macros in Writer.
Then I have to make it so the macros automatically. I have to hit tab. Okay, it's like log space, like my logging thing. I know what I mean.
You have to tab.
Or just go somewhere. If it was all C#, if it was all C++, you just macro all your misspelling.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a state here. This is actually doesn't have a state. We just entered. This whole thing's wrong. This is the one that we want to live in GameFlow. And this will be this won't be a Tangle graph. I think these states are going to be just like the card definitions. They're going to have graphs data on them, amongst other things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I think it's going to look like. Starting state, which will be there's all here, over here. Sorry, not supposed to be serializable. This will be a game state. It's game state definition. So I'm thinking very much of the cards. It's to be serializable, I believe. And it's going to want at least at a minimum. Screw it. Let's just keep going top down. I'm going to put this into a folder. Game states. And clear that other folder out. And also the game flow folder. What the hell is that? Game states. What's that? Away. Its own namespace. That was never going to work. Game flow. That script's going to go, so I'm going to just loose that script now. Everything loose out here is, a lot of this obviously needs seriously tidying up, but anything I check out here quite often is just a candidate to get rid of.
Mm-hmm.
Like this, it's so pretty shit. That is one downside to having an IDE that makes it so goddamn easy to use.
Right.
You don't have to worry about the file structure really much. Except when it comes to namespaces. I need a key real quick.
Okay.
It's about 9 tiles now we're actually too.
Yeah.
Right. All this shit's gonna go away. And this throwaway script. The transition to state means we're going to want to bring in a new state. This guy's going to want to come over. And this is not relevant. Getting somewhere. The info doesn't exist anymore. That was global thing. That's small and nuclear. Once we have a proper so fish logic move to the game and by coin. Ooh, my meds just peaked. Lovely.
Uh-oh. Or is that a good thing?
Very good thing.
Perfect.
Jesse, have you ever taken your meds like twice in a day? As opposed to once in the beginning?
Sorry, to get the push to talk thing. Well, it depends. I mean, if you have it in separate pills, you're supposed to take them together in the morning to get the correct amount, and then
No, I'm talking about
and it lasts the whole day. You don't take it.
Well, I'm still only in the absolute starting route.
Yeah.
So mine's not nowhere near as it used to be. So today I decided as an experiment to try to take, because I missed a day. I just missed a day. I wasn't in the mood for it. And I took one this morning, again, 20 milligrams, it's the lowest dose. And then I took another one like 2 hours ago.
A 21?
20 milligrams.
Okay, that seems a bit extreme. Like, that total amount would be the amount for me, but that's after sort of getting used to it. Whereas for you, that's... And plus, I mean, they really shouldn't be taken at different times because...
No, I mean, for me it's utility purpose. Whereas for me, it's completely worn off by about 4:30 to 5 p.m. Which is fine for a 9 to 5 job, but for late working, it's not ideal.
When do you take it?
The first one I took it this morning. The second one I took like 2 hours ago.
Oh, I mean, what time in the morning?
Oh, 9 a.m.
Okay, because it's supposed to last for like 14 hours. So
No, my body rushes through drugs and metabolism.
You're probably aware of this, but you know that certain things you consume around the time you get affected. So
yeah, I know. I stay away from like grapefruit juice and all that. I know, I know all the interactions.
And apparently, having protein as well.
Yeah, I've been trying. My diet's actually. I lost my appetite completely for like the first few pills, but then it's come back and it's actually pretty decent. Like I want to eat, like something I was not expecting. Why am I? Why is
that's better than me? I'm clinically underweight.
Well, so am I, but I didn't.
Well, not quite. I
thought it was going to make it worse.
But that's happened since then.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly? Oh, we're saying it's like, why the hell is this working? Because I made a new goddamn thing, you know. Pay attention, guys. This is going to be our table graph. Let's lift this guy's up with another billion different types of graph starts we've got. Oops. I would venture to say this one's probably going to be the most important next to start graph. We have start graph, start nested graph. Okay, let's see the populated graph. So the specialist ones can come to here. Now again, well, the nut order really makes a hell of a difference. And this is going to be pretty much similar with a different internal, probably. Copy the graph. Because these are masters. Which is a way of making sure that's the case. You don't have any preset the initialization stuff. I still can't remember what that was for. Oh, I
Hey,
think I
Ninetales. Welcome.
Hey! We have one of the core team here. Well, I have four of the core team here now. One honorary and 3 apparently legitimate. Good to see you. Hope things
No
go
worries.
good.
It's been a pretty high-level kind of discussion, sort of.
Yeah,
Green.
this is a computer architecture kind of session. I personally love them, but they're not everybody's cup of tea.
Hmm.
So we're starting the game state graph. And we need this one to, I guess, automatically, we can do what we were going to do here. That's pretty much what the start graph internals were doing. This guy. Same gig. So let's keep the same formatting for consistency. Find any potential. Well, in this case, we definitely want one. It's just a bad graph otherwise. This obviously needs to take that. No problem. Anything else? Glad you could join us. Let's get a little bit of stuff. Actually, we got the last bit, but and we are. It's not. Is it executing? We have it on intense, like over in our on damage nodes. It's all about on intent.
Yeah.
But I think execute's fine here. That's how start nodes work. That seems fine to me.
Yeah, I think so.
Same way. So this is where we're gonna do. What are we gonna put here in a second? This is where we. Well, actually, not a lot. Actually, that may straight up just pass on, just like the start does. It's not really doing much more. So we want to enter state grid. We probably want us to blow up here then. That's not a good look.
Mm-hmm.
Starting graph. Do we really need this stuff? This has got to be fucking everywhere. I copied this from. I guess I did. I guess it was kind of important. That was probably copied from this one. Well, we could. You know what we could do? We could just, if we want to be fancy, we could just pass in like what is the starting node for this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we're doing that, anyways.
Wait.
Well.
No, I just thought here. This graph's gonna be in memory for a while, right? So we're only starting at once. So you actually have to be very careful. I need to be very careful here. Quickly, let me step out of here in a second. Couldn't find engineering. Yes, fine. Execute node starting state graph, starting those different comments in logs. Execute nodes that. Okay. Now back in here, if this graph already exists, we don't want to be doing this again. Like, or do we? This graph very likely exists in state graphs already. And given these should be I'm assuming, are long-lived graphs with a memory state, then we do want to, by default, pick those up, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And we should strive to that, at least. So, try to... Oh, Y key. Oh, no. The Y key's given up. It's back now. Oh. Try to... That was one of the ones on my kill list. Try to... find... existing... Yeah, the state. Now, is this enough of a... Yeah, for now it is. I would just call it state graph. State graphs. Oh, it's static all of a sudden. Fuck it. Right. So this is a pure memory singleton, pure class singleton. Let's choose one of the 10 different ways that we can. Let's just do this. This is, again, this is all purely private, static. Team state manager instance, and we should be able to do our fancy. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Instance or new instance. What was it? Question mark. It was. So yeah, and there should only be a get for this, so we should be able to get rid of that. I think so.
Yeah.
Which begs the question why we need me. I was reading some of the C# 10 stuff coming up.
Ooh.
That's where my story ends. I can't remember it. Find first out. Find bolts. Let's get. Let's get flash. I've been taking this verbose lambda variable names to heart. I think it's improved my code. So
yeah, it's thorough.
What are we actually checking against here? Because we got fuck all. The state we can't. So how do we do this? How do we compare? Can we compare graphs? It's just name. That's all we got.
Yeah, I mean, how are we trying to compare them?
Well, new state's going to have that on-entered graph inside. So is the name of the thing the new state's dot on entered graph dot name? Like we've got name, that's it.
Mm.
Super simple. That's pretty much be a structure, to be honest. I'll leave as a class to the structure to do. Oops. That should be make it. Now, do we want to do our violate our own naming strategy, or do we want to backing variables?
Oh yeah.
We keep violating it. I think we should. If we're gonna keep violating, we do it all the time in like card removed these guys. We're pretty much doing that, except unfortunately this we want to see in the inspector.
Mm. Oh, Ninetales has a good suggestion.
Add a definition to graphs for what to do with. Yeah.
Yeah, just give that operator overload.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
What all would we want to compare then?
Yeah, but I think
that's the thing. It's kind of broad.
The thing is, yeah, we'd like to get rid of this if we do choose it. But I don't like the fact it's a name. It's just.
It feels like
the reason I don't like this is poison for modability.
Mm.
It's like when you make a moddable game and every single object you make has a unique ID. Then you have an unspoken arrangement that every single person makes a mod is got to choose some like crazy range of number that belongs to them only.
Yeah, true.
So.
So you'd have to go like almost have like a namespace, so to speak.
Like an ID, effectively, which is built out of like. It can't be namespace. But I mean,
the same idea though, right?
I'm imagining like a reverse domain style kind of naming scheme for mods. Ideally, I like to mods should be to have their own namespace. So a name of a mod should I guess be unique. They should want to make it non-unique author.mod graph name. That I'm good with. So we don't have to implement that right now. But I would like, and this is a bit of a change because we're adding something to Tangletorn, but I would like ID to be used everywhere. This is just simply a call site thing. I'd like string ID gold everywhere, and publics. I want to be augmented. It can just return name for now. This definitely should be Ninetales. I ruined my keyboard earlier, so some of it's still recovering. So this eventually should be like replace when for modding replaced with something like author dot mod name dot graph name. So automatically. They should have to deal with that shit. They should just deal with that. And when they package up the mod, they deal with this and this. And then it's super unique. For now, the name's fine. I actually wouldn't mind seeing a clash at some point and see what kind of errors we get. So let's go with the ID on everything. I'm sure there's other places that I'm gonna be a bit cheeky here quickly. I'm gonna override public string new string name because I want to force ReSharper to show me all the uses of .name and effectively what it lets me do is this. Now if I'm confident I can rename this across the board. It's mostly in our honestly it's mostly in logging most of it, which is good. I don't see anything that's non-logging here.
Mm-hmm.
Or a shitty debug UI. Yep, I'm happy with that. So I'm going to do a rename of this to ID, which will clash. But because I made it a new keyword, I don't need to serialize it. Because I made a new string, that's fine. We should now have this being used. Damn it. It actually failed. Because of the clash. Really? Okay, let's just rename this one. It's going a lot faster, which is nice. I liked it. Yep, there we go. This should be used everywhere. Marvelous. So we decoupled it. That's all we need. ID, and this is going to be finally, like, just decided we're going to use that naming convention. So we're breaking our naming convention only because it has to appear in the inspector, and we can't do that without Odin. Can we make properties appear?
I thought so. Isn't there like a show if or
Let's show inspector.
show inspector? Yeah.
Which will be strangely set as fine. Normally this would be grayed out. That is an Odin inspector.
Yeah, because we're using Odin.
Oh, this one's the one that will be grayed out. In a second. What the hell's going on?
Well, you were using
this
the
is not a monomer hero, so it actually needs to be a scriptable object. Which means it needs to be what's their version? Serializable scriptable.
Serializable, yeah.
Scriptable serializable objects.
I think it was serialized
There it is.
scriptable.
Yeah. So it is Odin, and I will attempt to claw back like we have been doing in our here, but using get stubs. So this will be actually I have no idea. I'm just gonna work with Odin. We'll find out that now. We'll see what let's see with this. Well, we'll get back to this in a second. We're gonna need to set this up in a second, so we'll see how it fails then. Let's carry on here. So now we have a state graph. If this graph, the state hasn't been started yet, transition to yet, so we have no state graph. start using this, unsure still, then the state graph will be the actual starting of it, and that will be the new state dot on it. And we keep track of it in here. And that's doing an instance. Let's just do this internal. Probably not necessarily, it's only in one, but it's consistent at least. Internal, and I don't know what to make this internal. Comment, it's just simple. Okay. Yes, I know, flip that one, but at this point now, well, we don't have to do anything at this point. Because this thing has done our enter state, enter node. But if it does, okay, now there's a bit of a pickle. This thing ran it for us, but automatically, right? But if it already exists, we have to run it again. So we have to dupe that logic, which sucks.
Mm-hmm.
What I kind of like to do instead is something that looks a bit more like this. And this goes for start nodes as well. Well, not so much start nodes are fine, leave them alone because they don't exist in the same way these graphs will. What I'd rather do is start the graph, the game state graph out. Don't actually run anything in there. And then do something like, trigger the graphs state into a node. I thought I was losing D for a second. The state graph dot, this is what I want to do. I want this one to explode, basically. Optionally, I want this to build something that actually takes block like this, so on game state enter. Because I wanted to let, oh man, it would be cool if we could just execute these things and find out which graph it belongs to. Possibly, it's the state. Oh, actually, maybe this is what I was looking for. Execute node of type with the absolute assumption that it has to exist. So we get proper exceptions. So this is what I'm saying. Take what we had up in here. Just lose it basically. We don't need this anymore. Yeah. No. And so this has just become incredibly dumb. We never even returned this thing. So this has become really, really just that. I'm okay with that. Because we don't need to do different stuff in this case. Or the stuff we're going to do is different is so execute node of type T, so we'll be getting first of type T from, is this called orthograph? It is. So it's just that. And this needs to have a where T is Tangle node. And that'll be found. Can't tell if the D key is like pushing slower. I keep swapping my D's around. Alright, so if we can't find this is where we blow up. Couldn't find a type of T dot. Keyboard's not happy with me. My left shift just went. It was going.
Oh no. You're barely holding on with that keyboard.
I'm at 2 deadlines and my first contact with a broken left arm. Just typing it. That worked. It's a name. Couldn't find a something node. Let's have a node twice in graph. Yes. And if otherwise we're good. Otherwise we just return it. No, we execute it. Dandy. Now this spell horrible. Right. That's clean. Now we could do the same thing in start, but the start might not have a start node. So we just have a beginning things start nodes might go the way the dinosaur and be replaced with much more like use case specific nodes. Like this, for instance, we could use a start node for what we're doing right now, but it's nice having a use case specific, like a domain specific node, because you can bring in extra stuff with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about possibly being able to define within the graph which one is the start node? Have it be a property or something?
Yeah, but if we're dealing with a pure event driven thing, then that would only really make
And
sense.
it makes more sense otherwise.
That would only make sense if you had multiple on graph state enter on game state enter nodes, and then if you had multiple of those, then you probably should have an if state, and you've got some other weird stuff going on. Create. This pretty much is create the graph now. Let's start the graph. Graph for the first time. And this is some super slow coding, but this is a really good chance to take a hard look at how we're dealing with, like, how graphs are actually managed at an engine level.
Mm-hmm.
So this is pretty close to testing. We should be able to transition to state, which means it's going to start the graph. It's going to run this. We don't actually have the thing to test yet. We don't have two sticks to rub together. I'm going to get something going with the just have it log something. And I'm going to have a cigarette celebrate.
Sure.
So this is our main menu graph, which we need a definition for, which our definition we probably want to have our definition of these dudes over in game state definition. Serializable, sure is. But also more importantly, wait, do we need to have both? No, we need to have both. Oh, we do. Oh, no, I should probably have it. So serializable, bring that guy in. This will be Tangletorn, this will be game state. And the file name will be game new game state. And just do the same with this, just be new card. Like, I like these annoying my card kind of stuff things. It makes you rename it. Okay, that should be everything we change there. Now we can make one. So game states, these are actually the graphs. So this whole thing should go into here. Game states, something totally different. Kind of wish we'd name this card definitions and game state definitions. Sometimes it's a little confusing. Should we do that?
Yeah.
So you can care of so much. So in there we'll have our Tangletorn games state definition. Yeah, was there one there? No. Oops. Oh man, so set a computer that's not melting. That last game jam last weekend was just embarrassing.
Yikes.
It's like nothing I could do. In the end, the only thing I could do was sound. Picking out sound I could do, and a little bit of editing. Anything with VR could no chance. Game state definition. Menu state. It's going to call main menu or main menu state. We seem to have a overlap of card definition names and card graph names. These, by the way, do need to collapse at some point. We've been putting that off. We need to get rid of the whole idea of on use, on discard, on dealt, and that shit.
Right. Yeah.
because they live as events now. But we got this guy, so what does he need to have on it? That didn't work. That was fine to do. So this does actually have to have a show inspector. And that will be a new graph. Well, actually, I already have a graph. That'll be a main menu. And now game flow, game state definition, main menu, baby. There we go. Now, when it finally runs the graph, which we do have, which is, well, we need an actual real event now. Should be in game state, on into game state, and we'll hit up with a log.
Cool.
Skip time. Now, end graphs here, I don't make currently in my head a lot of sense. So, for the idea, for the sake of pace, I mean, to be fair, I wasn't expecting much less. But yeah, for the sake of pace, I'm not gonna. I am tempted to try to get this test of debugging again.
Yeah, sure.
But
I mean, it'll be more useful for this. Definitely.
Yeah, I just feel like I don't want to dive into it until it's absolutely necessary. Because I feel like it's going to turn into the next node rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Right.
we go 2 minutes, 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay, I'm gonna go get some dinner. So
Right.
same here.
Heyo. Yeah, Jeopardy something. Alright, what's next? What's your game state? We're gonna need Node to load a scene. I want to keep that a bit more abstract and call it load screen. Yeah, load screen. So we need a new node. Enter screen. Now, I shouldn't necessarily need to deal. If I have enter screen, I suggest it's going to be next to screen, but I think I'd rather the screen manager handles all that for me. So if you go to screen, yeah, because they have all transitions and stuff should be handled, but the designer should have looked for that. So this is definitely going to not have that. It's executed by things, and it's going to continue the graph. And now I'm curious why I'll enter game state node isn't overriding the base. It shouldn't. Why is it overriding the base? Which means the start node also doesn't need this. Deleting code. Always a good sign. And it's definitely has some good stuff, so it's going to be calling base probably at the end. Now, do we do that in other things? We do that on, say, log. Yeah, at the end. Now we don't call new topic. So this is going to, yeah, we're going to have a screen manager. I think we have a screen manager. Well, the Tangletorn version 1 for Kickstarter did. We don't. Okay. Good chance to clean slate it. Transition. Oh, you're back. Transition to the screen. So, that second. So, screen manager. Dot transition to screen. Screen manager probably will have to be a mono behavior. There's going to be a lot of coroutines in there, I'm assuming, and also, I mean, get around coroutines, but it's also going to. Is it? Yeah, I think it should be. Screen managers can live in the core scene. I mean, we can do things like util. What was it? Unity util dot instance dot start coroutines, but no, because the screen manager is a very good chance there's going to be some stuff that we can configure on the inspector. So
right.
In transition screen, screen, which will be totally new type of screen's obviously taken, so we're going to call this thing game screen. Or should we just take screen back?
Steal it from
Do
you.
we want to take screen back, or should we just go with game screen?
I mean, game screen means you could have like game other stuff too.
Screen's just width shit. We never use that.
Ah.
I'd rather it gives its choice. Definitely not mono behavior. And make sure we have the same one. So that's going to be our screen. And that's going to be new. What's that going to load? Scripts. UI. Oh, we have a screens already. What's in screens? Good. Stuff that you can leave alone. Screen manager. It's also going to live in screens. That is going to be, we decided that's going to be a mono singleton. Did you have a single mono single single? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I'm on that one.
That's fine. No, I probably should live in managers actually. Have a manager's folder for a reason. I don't know why. Doesn't really matter. Okay, that'll immediately call it current. No, it's current, isn't it? That's where stuff happens. We'll be right back to that. Why is this complaining that serializable fields? Why is that redundant?
Why is working?
Why is it saying serialized field is redundant? I've seen this before. I don't know if it's legitimately redundant. I think it might be a resharper thing. Where's this editor being used? Oh, the execution flow. Is execution flow really the editor thing?
It was originally, yeah.
I don't think it belongs in the editor.
Well,
Oh, it's in X node.
yeah, no, that's the next up thing. For the purple connections.
You can use relief nodes. Nope. On where the hell are we now? Jesus, he's a relic. This is before we had execution flow with him. No, what is this for? I think it is. It really does look like it's.
Well, we have execution flow attribute on line 43.
Why is it care about? Oh, I lost all my things, by the way.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's saved. Yeah.
Gotta make them.
Yeah, and it was under. Actually, it was under to do. Yeah. I've forgotten most of the colors.
Nah.
This one
It's
was,
a chance to iterate.
I remember this one was kind of browny.
Yeah, it was kind of a dusty brown, a beige.
That. Yeah. It's dustier than that.
Mm-hmm.
Sticky.
Hey, take the slider on the right. There we go.
What the fuck is this doing? What's the difference here? Is it identical except for some hack? Who knows?
Some hacky bullshit. Get around Xnode.
Oh, right. That means you can ditch the editor thing completely. I want to bring this out into well, non-entangler isn't a good thing. So it should just be pretty high level. It might even just be loose. Tangler, no, Tangler, just Tangler. Yeah, graph variables in there. It's kind of the same deal. Oh yeah, we're trying to get rid of this. The opportunity to clean shit up. Scripts, what's Tangler? Oh, we're here. Whoops. Alright, asset script Tangletorn. Yeah, loosen there. What is this shit? What? Oh, this is still an X node. Well, we're about to move it, so. Oh, that was actually correct. Then what I was suggesting was correct. It was a moving project for me. Okay, let's keep manual. Um. X node. Alright, where the fuck is this? Scripts editor. Assets X, no scripts editor. Okay, sorry. Execution file and black, my blind.
You looking for?
Xnode scripts editor. I'm looking for execution. Oh, it's a node attribute,
Oh.
which is kind of dumb now. Which probably, there might be more later on, whatever. Node attribute is now a Tangle. Okay. And the whole purpose of that was so we can get rid of all this shit. Which is annoying as fuck when you want to builds.
Mm.
We haven't done in a while. This is still confusing me. That's fine. We lost my train of thought. Good. Probably see a few places actually. Oh no. That's why it was in there. We tried it way back into XK. Abort. For 2 reasons. I
Whoops.
promised I wouldn't drag ourselves into Xnode right now. And that is completely separate. Like the Xnode we've been trying to keep separate. At least in that direction. You don't want Xnode to know about Tangletorn. Tangletorn can know about Xnode.
Mm.
Short little compile times. Awesome. And let's just keep going with this. The game state now we have. Living game state? Go to screen. Where would that live? It's not game state necessarily. So I want to go. I don't know if you were here. I want to go to screen because I think all the transitions. I was going to say enter screen, but that's just as an exit screen. All that should be handled with the engine. The designer shouldn't have to care about that.
I agree.
So go to means. Oh, good name for this. So basically, go to screen. Now it is confusing why this serialized fill is not working. Oh, because this is not serializable.
Ah.
And what is screen even going to have? Scene name, that's about it. It's making serializable. Yeah, I'm sure it'll have a bunch of stuff, but it's serializable. And that's where this, let's speak code a bit further here. So, Screen Manager, if we are, let's keep this pretty short and sweet because this is another finance state machine running the Screen Manager end. Well, it's going to have things like pushing and pulling for like history and stuff. breadcrumb trail type thing. So we can do backs and stuff. Luckily, I wrote one of these years ago for another project. So,
Nice.
if we have a current screen, current. Make sure that's taken from the right place. Yep. There's a case of why. I just don't know why. I think it does not equal null. If current screen was a mono behavior, I think we can do it. Yeah. And I'm not going to make a base class just for that.
Right.
Although for profiling, sometimes it's really nice to have a super base class, so even all your raw stuff comes off for profiling purposes, especially memory profiling.
Mm-hmm.
It really is useful. It's a bit of work. It's not a hell of a lot of work. Finding all our classes with a raw classes is not taking us forever, so we'll come across that bridge. If we have a current screen, then this is where we have to start thinking about routines. This is going to be in our numerator. Current. And now we're going to be yielding on this is probably going to be another start routine of the current screen. This is pretty fresh in my mind that on that shifts a bit probably on like I said. And for now, this is a base class. Oh no, this is not a base class. Screens don't really. So this is going to be interesting. This is because the screen is going to have to pretty much. This is interesting because this is. The screen itself is going to want to be able to let everything in the scene, it's in the scene, and know that hey, we're leaving. We're certainly going to have a screen type thing in the. Should this be screen definition? No. Or should this be screen definition?
Well,
that would allow us.
I guess why would we want it to be? What would that give us?
A graph, an on-edge graph.
As opposed to the screen itself?
Well, we have a state on edge of the screen will probably want to handle potentially animations and sounds and so on when it's entered. And if we're saying that screens can be moddable, then that's going to be graph.
True.
So screen definition makes sense, but we're not. That's a serializable raw class, scriptable. Sorry. Let's grab that from. I lost it. State definition. Move this to a solid file. The first screen definition is definitely going to move in. Fine. We'll remove it in a second. Screens. Yeah. is clear. Screen definition. Definitely gonna have a public ring scene. Technically, that's a serial.
Right.
For now, so what the reason I think we have this is that this could very much have like actual animations here. You might have like an animation, but let's play through the scene eventually. A little bit rusty on how that works for connecting to an anime that already exists, but we'll get there pretty quickly because we already have a crappy animation for our screen. So screen, it's now something that we create. Now, do screens stick around? States stick around, but do screens stick around in memory? We create a new screen each time.
For things like, let's say you're in a combat, but you're looking at your overview map or whatever, I feel like that it might make sense to have it be somewhat persistent.
Yeah. Like what was where we're like, yeah. But then I'm thinking, if it needs, what would be persistent about it? Where you're scrolled to and looking at your map, I'm assuming.
Yeah, pretty much.
Um,
Which I guess could be things we could just package for the next time we open it.
I'm also thinking things like if you screens don't necessarily, because we've made the disconnection between screens and scenes, right? Screen definition now, and therefore, if the screen's already open, like a screen might have screen definition might have like a boolean saying close scene on exit. So a pause screen, or maybe additively load. So a pause screen would additively load the pause scene to the screen, and then it would just tidy it away, I guess. I'm not sure. There's a lot of ways we can handle that. But the point being, a screen. What was the point? We transition to the screen. So this is legitimate. Now we've exited. If the requested, this is where a lot of that stuff I just mentioned will come to play. Already exists. It's like it exists, but it's hidden. So we would have something like existing, or you can just call it screen equals active screens. This is definitely new code change. Figure out what we actually need. And again, how do we identify this thing? I mean, it's a screen, so we can do it. We can do it. And we can't. Just give me like a graph, it creates a copy of it. There's a scene. Once you've loaded the scene, it's not like something you can stuff in a variable. Loading a scene is not the result of anything. You actually just throw stuff in your hierarchy.
Right.
So active screen. If we're about to make a new one, then we can't really compare this against anything. Because the screen definition has no concept of things in memory. It's just a definition. So we do need something like .id. Again, thinking about the modders out there. You may have I'm going to go with this, and then again just defer that to the name of the scriptural logic for now. This will become a modding thing later. because this may not have come from a scriptable object. The whole point is this may have been deserialized in JSON, and therefore an ID is important. But because it's in our project assets, name is the most logical thing. So it's again in the models. This will be defined in JSON. So yeah, or whatever, likely the JSON. So now we have an ID to compare against. We'll know if we have an active screen. That will be our list. Left shift key is not helping me. Okay, it's booting up. Looks like caps up, so no. And give it a couple more chances, and then I hit it with some engine on. Let's go to the screen. Sure. Yeah, left key, sorry. I have to move this, piss me off. Alright,
Yeah.
50. It's like a minute time I try to fix this thing today.
Ugh.
Come at it with some alcohol. Push. Gonna fade the whole goddamn thing at some point. I think I've used airbrush like once or twice for airbrushing. And it's just like a really cheap portable compressor.
It's kind of nice, yeah, because those cans of air always run out so fast.
Yeah, and what I mean, it's not quite as strong, but those cans also have a lot of other shit.
Right, exactly.
Like a lot of the contaminants. If it's just straight up air, or whatever pumping out of the air, and there might be some stuff in the filter. But also, it'd be really fun. It's a silly little project to make like a. It's like you have compressed air like tools like in your like workshops and stuff.
Right.
It'd be kind of cool to make a one that runs off like an airbrush, like little tiny little mini demos.
Mm-hmm.
We 3D print some shit together for fun.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
We can print a little reverse. Well, take. Not really, it just takes compressed air and turns into rotary motion, so it's pretty much just a fan.
Right.
Or a turbine or something. That'd be a fun little project. I got a resin printer now.
Oh, yeah. How's that working out so far?
I've yet to test it because I didn't make a mistake. I did a little bit of research about resin because I'm worried about that dog.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I read some stuff on some sites saying it's like poison to everything. And you shouldn't drink this stuff, or you definitely not get it on your skin or things like that. But the fumes, it turns out, really aren't that bad.
Okay.
But it's down to Christy. Down to I want to hopefully get a laundry room. That'd be nice.
Get a what?
I'd like to have it at least in the laundry room, but if not, I built a Raspberry Pi with an infrared night vision camera to go in our storage unit outside, so I can watch things at a distance.
Perfect.
I actually got a domain name, casheslab.ca, and you can go to casheslab.ca to some random port, and it will
Nice.
it will show you. I'll even plug it in. You guys can see in a second. What you'll be looking at, I can't tell you. It's probably upside down all over the place. But I made a CAD design and 3D printed with tripod from my camcorder yesterday. And it turned out really well. So I'm going to make another one for this outdoor thing. Well, I have to look at it. Unfortunately, I can't access. Plug in the keyboard, Cash. Yeah, So you could go to Cash's lab. You have to do HTTP Cash's lab.ca. Try that. It won't work for me because I'm internal to the network and my router does weird ass shit.
Oh, okay.
Infrared night vision camera. I actually used it properly the other day because I was actually facing it right here on my filament because I was using a filament that was tangled and I had a long ass print going and I was like, okay, I'm going to take my bike out and go to the Vancouver Hackspace.
Yep.
But I need to know this ribbon cable of the squirreliest of cables. Just sit still. God. Yeah, I had it basically pointing there. And I could see like after I was just heading back. That it's tangled. I'm like, oh god. It would like burn back on my bike. You want me to think. Is that URL work for you?
Oh yeah, let me try it. Casheslab.ca. Yeah, with the HTTPS, you said?
No, I just,
Or just normal?
yeah, I don't have a certificate right now.
Right.
Let's
see. It's thinking about it. It took away the HTTP in front, but...
it's cool. Yeah, finally.
Very cool. Infinite tunnel of camera. Nice.
Did it work?
It's still loading. I don't think it's doing it.
I think it's Cash's lab.
Is it Cache? ES? Or something?
And lab.ca. Yeah. .ca.
Yeah, I got... And yeah, Cacheslab.ca. Doesn't seem to be loading.
Huh.
Unless... Hold on, let me turn off.
It may be a safety thing. It's HTTP.
Yeah. Let me try it.
I'm gonna put this. Raspberry Pis for days. Floating around. There you go. Okay.
Good.
Not that. It's shift work. Yes. Does it actually work? Yes. Active screen. So this screen is going to need to know what definition it came from. Just like cards do. Without cards, they know about their definition. Oh god, Jason probably we gotta come back to that at some point. But this will be again only while the speak gets up. And when do we set this thing? Well, we're about to make it, so. Let's reverse this too. We might have an initialize in here actually. Let's go with an init instead. I think we did that with cards too. Oh, well, no, yeah, we constructed. Forgetting we're working with real classes for once. So, public screen definition, definition. Screen manager, definition.id. Here we go. Fill up. Now we know if the screen, if we have a screen, wonderful. If it doesn't exist yet, if so we can't do a not screen here. Screen, then you want to create a screen for the first time. The old screens will have to. So what I was doing in this project recently is that screens have any UI element the screen inherits from or has a component on it that's I call it just UI animatable, but it could be anything, UI elements or whatever. And everything has one of those, and all of those are basically hidden at the start. There's two kinds of hiding. There's hiding the transition, and there's hiding it immediately. It's like show and hide, but it can take a boolean to whether it should actually play transition or not. So makes it easier. So when you're in the screen scene, you can actually edit everything. It's all visible. It's not like you don't have to set all of your canvas groups 0 alpha and whatever. You can work with everything in its visible state, and then it automatically gets creates a screen will equal a new screen. That's really using it. Look at the use. Look at the use. Wait a second. Yeah. Whoop. There we go. Is that too gross?
I mean, could be worse. It's a one-liner.
So this will be again a yield return screen dot on enter. Cool. Seems consistency now. And let's get some logging. I should put the logging in these basic. And this is going to be abstract. I keep saying that. It's not. Because you're not going to be inheriting from this. So we really do have to do this a different way than I'm used to. And that is, this has to work in a general sense. Which is kind of interesting. And it doesn't even know about its scene. And that's going to depend on whether we actually want to create the scene here. This is going to be down to the definition. Let's just assume that screens are only one can appear at a time and they go away after. The screen scenes. Yeah, let's just operate on that under that for now, because otherwise it'll get complicated quickly, and that stuff's not hard to add. So load. We don't need to worry about load additive because we have all our don't destroy loads and core and everything. Now the pause screen will not work like this, but pause screen is going to be a good use case later on to expand on it. So load the screens scene manager. Load scene. Probably should do some more logging in there. Loading screen definition. This loading the scene definition. Now I really have no idea how it's going to work for modders. Scene name. Well, I have a clue, but it's we could just be cheeky and also just return them. We could force them to name them the same. Force us to name them the same. This is very much an us thing, because modders can't touch this stuff.
Sure.
Or we could just have to type it in. Shift key. Can't wait till that new keyboard turns up. I can put the same in a bar. we already have a scene name here. Go to definition, scene name. And we just completely just broke the whole point of. No, we didn't break it. We don't, because there's a connection. There's a disconnection between screen and the loaded scene. That screen. Now, what actually is going to live in here? That's going to be things like how do we even store that? Because again, we're not going to be inheriting from this. So if you have a map screen, we're not going to be inheriting. We could inherit from this, but we're not really going to be inheriting from this. So how do we store for the map screen? Like what stores that? What job is it to store that? Certainly feels like code to me. Like I don't want to do things like setting map coordinates and zoom levels and stuff and graphs. So that definitely feels like a.
Yeah, that feels like something outside of there.
So maybe this is something we inherit from, in which case it is an abstract.
Mm.
And then if we do have a moddable screen, that's just like a different type of screen, like a custom screen. I think we can't get away from the fact that this is going to be abstract, and that these are also very much abstract. And these are view control. For sure. Now, it has to yield because we have to do transitions and stuff here. So, well, the animation more importantly. And that's where the screen definition comes in, right? So, how are we going to do this? Let's do this and thoroughly do this in English first. If the screen has an enter animation, find the. Oh, this will be okay. Actually, this is going to play nicely into the fact that this going to have to be a mono behavior. That's okay. It can be a mono behavior because if we're going to do the moddable side, if we're just having a custom screen class, then basically every screen scene has to have one of these in it.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be hidden. That's good. Now we can't do this anymore, so this will have to be a minute. Wishful thinking that we never have a constructor. So if I can't find it, now I guess we really do have to. Well, now it's a mono behavior. We can't do this. Okay, now I'm a bit lost. We can't make one of these things. So really, this scene loading happens here. This never happens here. It has to happen here. And then we do kind of need this to know when this is ended. Or we can rely on the fact that this thing can kick off a start. But then it's no longer yielding. The thing about the whole point of transition is that we can wait at this point. Now, how realistic is that going to be? Because when does this return? Like, I guess we're not really going to unload. It's getting complicated quickly. When we exit this, we kind of need to unload everything that was associated with. We don't need to do that because we're transitioning to a new scene, and because there's not going to be just don't destroy unloads in here, everything will naturally go away. But we do have to wait for this to finish before we do this, which will remove everything from this previous screened scene. So we do have to wait for this to happen. This is where we can do this kind of stuff. You want to kind of overkill this for a minute.
Mhm.
There's gonna be. I want to see that gap the animation's being ready for. Alright, let's do. Alright, I can't see me. It's alright. Okay, so on exit, this exists in the scene, so this is going to have a bunch of stuff connected to it. It might be as simple as, no, it's going to have an animation, I'm assuming. So if we have, exit animation, and there could be multiple ones of these for sure. Oh shit, my Y key's going now.
Oh no.
I'll fix that one over here. Animation clip. If there's any X animations, I'll just play all of them. Play. I'm assuming they all happen in sequence. Play all. That's it. I'm not, again, I don't want to get into the weeds here. Just get something happening. Now, how the hell do we play this? Because I have to play it on an animator. What animator should I play on? Does the screen have to have the animator on it?
Probably, right?
And then I actually don't know what happens if you try to play two animation clips simultaneously on this screen. I don't know.
Oof.
The thing is, we're probably only going to have one in enter animation with like a bunch of stuff because it's going to be everything's going to be a child of this guy. This is likely going to be on the canvas or a parent of that. So everything's going to be in here. So let's just make our live easier for now and assume there's only one. That's what we meet up until otherwise. So if and then we can kind of assume that this is probably going to need to have an animation on it.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible name, but that's just the way it might eventually be an animator. We'll stick to animation for now. It's the old way of doing things, but for simple things it works. X animation. Yeah, that left shift on the way out again. So this guy's gonna have its weight. Damn. Okay. Sets clip. This way it has to be just one. I'm not really that super familiar with this old animation system. People don't tend to use it much anymore. It's useful, but that should be enough to get us going. And this is basically going to be the same. If we're assuming that everything is defined as animation. Now, fortunately, we need to know when this is finished. The hell was the balloon on this guy? Exclusion docs. Thank you. Just playing. I guess we can just loop until the playing's finished. I could Google that. Animation is this, including looping. See, even the fucking docs are like legacy as hell. I wonder if I'm just biting myself in the ass here. Maybe we should just make it an animated. How ugly will this get? And at the same time, I'm also not familiar with using the animator in this kind of way. It's all about going to different states, and you certainly don't want to be making an animation graph for this, so maybe animation does make sense. So an animator is all about an animation graph, and that's overkill. So I think we might just be use this, and then you might be able to just do the fucking docs are not going to help us here. Yield, return, wait, new, wait, until. Animation dot not playing anymore. Yeah, it's super internal, so you can see that. It might just work. It's certainly easy to tell with Google. Animation play until code is finished. Alright. Those are. This boilerplate should be interesting, but this would be out of the boilerplate. So we got lots and lots of words. We load the scene. We find the scene object in that scene. We need to know when this is finished. This is blocking, I think. Or no, it's not. It's not. I remember this. This is next frame shit. Unity. Next frame. I think it's just one frame. Yeah. Load scene during the next frame. So we have to wait until the end of next frame or whatever. So this has to be start coroutine, load screen, load. Well, we'll set the new current scene. We can't. It's actually the other way around. We need to load screen scene, screen definition, scene name. And that's basically going to do this, and then once we load it, we actually have that in the scene. Yield, return, wait, end of frame. I might have to do it twice, annoyingly. And then current scene will be find objects in scene screen. Going crazy on logging. I'll delete all this shit later. That's the start coroutine. And then we'll have, at this point, we know we have a new scene. Now, we can do another start coroutine. I know we could just put this in one, but whatever. Now we have the current scene. We can do the on enter. Semicolons let me go. Right. Boilerplate. It's a bit more complicated. Right, we're doing this now. Yeah, we could just be yielding here. Why am I doing start with protein? At least nested protein builders. And it's true, I don't need to do that. Except this is no longer. Where did it get screen from? Active screens. Like this is starting to make less sense, but making a lot less sense because they will go away. As it stands, they'll go away. There's nothing tying some of the memory. The scenes go away, so there's nothing. That might come back. This will be our new current scene. This stuff's fiddly, but we don't really know what we want from this screen over yet. Other than we're testing out graph level stuff, which we made a total of 2 nodes. Getting there.
Wow.
Now we should be able to play an animation. So I guess back to Unity. Let's do this guy. Go to screen. And let's give me a screen definition. Which we have. No, we don't. Nope, we didn't. Screen definition, what the fuck are you? Game state. Screens. Data. Screen definitions. Check. Get there. Pops to 9 tails, so sticking with this.
Yeah.
The main menu, and its screen name will be main menu. Now we can load our main menu. Well, we don't have to load it. It needs to be added to our API builder. Now, all these guys have to exist in here. That's Unity, and God knows I'm going to get, well, yeah. Custom screen for modders. Pretty much have to just go with that for now. So this loads that, and that's it. I think this needs a thing now. There you go. That should be all we need to test. Now, I fully expect this to blow up, so let's not blow up.
Fingers crossed.
Okay, cool. So it blew up on current. We didn't put screen manager in the course. Yeah, it's not particularly educational. It's kind of like you're in dev mode.
I think there's definitely some learning through osmosis, bits and pieces,
We definitely
tips and tricks.
We definitely appreciate the company.
Mm-hmm.
No French listening. We got much this table. There's a screen managing. First error. Look at that. Hey, I played the animation and everything. That is cursed. It fucking worked.
Wow.
It should. Oh, of course it worked because it's the animator was already on there. So that didn't work because we wanted it to work the way we wanted it to work. That worked because it was already. This I should probably name this main menu. I have the screen. I kind of want to force a screen in every single system. This needs to have a screen on it, which now we don't have. We decided that screens are abstract. This actually needs to be abstract. Yes, they do, because things like the map screen is going to have way more information that is not relevant to things. So we do need to have a public main menu screen. This kind of pains me a little bit. So many of the screens are going to be like, they just don't care. They have a graph.
Right.
Like, to the point where maybe this shouldn't be abstract. Like, some screens just don't care. They're just... There's nothing special about the screen. It has a enter and exit animations. Everything else is handled on the graph. So who cares? Just realize on enter is handled on animation. Yeah, so that shouldn't be abstract. And it wants an animation, not an animator. This can go away. Interesting. Huh. It did want to do it that way. They automatically added an animator for me, which has this animation on it. You know what? Multiple animations on screens is going to be a nightmare.
That's what I'm thinking. That is going to be pretty bad.
If it gets to the point where we want to have custom screens with animation, I think we can cross that bridge. It's not something I've not done before. I've done completely data-driven UI systems before. Therefore, I know how much work it is. So I kind of would rather have this. And have transitions. So these are going to, we'll have to make these ourselves.
Sure.
Which is kind of gross because there are so many of them. It's going to be just an on exit, on enter, and on exit. So many of them. So maybe let's just play along with what we have. Actually, I'm not even sure we can play animation animators anymore. Like Unity wants to fight you the entire time. It's so old school.
Yeah.
It's a really fucking ancient way of doing things. And this list might actually already have to be populated. But I do kind of want to not have... Well, I can change... This is a basic screen controller, right? So I'll have two. I'll have an on-exit node. And we'll basically, when we enter, it'll automatically play nothing. Well, yeah, default, it needs a default entry point. Default entry point would be nothing then. Empty node, idle. And then this will only transition to here when we have a parameter set to on enter. So this will happen when on enter is triggered. And from here, once it's done that, it goes back to idle with no. No, it stays in on enter. It stays in on enter. This is the sequence. The sequence always going to work this way. You're not going to go on exit then on enter. It's always happen this way. So on exit goes to there, and these guys will basically manually override. And what would be sweet is if we can look them up by names. This is going to be super hacky, but it means we can reuse the same controller. These will actually have no emotions on them. motion basically is clip. Same thing. So this would be the one we use everywhere. So in our screen, we have our screen, and now when we initialize, we can pretty much just like set the screen animators animations. So we'll grab it. We already have the animator. Now we will be using an animator. And here, I think we can hopefully get a behavior. I have no idea how to get a node from here. I've never done this before. And then there's this stuff. Can I set any of this stuff? Where are all my sets? There's literally no sets. Oh, I typed set. Whoops. Okay, what's the state name? Can we get state? As state? I didn't see a get state. There's a state. Parameters. This is not something you would normally do. You have a separate animation controller for everything. Because you would have different animation clips for everything, but we're actually going to change the animation clip. Rebind, what's this? That's mesh division. So much of this is to do with animated rigs. Like so much of it. Hmm. I'm not seeing anything obvious here. This is going to be an uphill battle. All right, I'm going to piss a cigarette. I'll think about this for a second.
Okay.
Oh damn! His thing's doing that buzzing noise because of no sound there.
Oh yeah. You can always turn his user volume down, I guess, technically.
Actually, it just stopped when we were talking.
What was that?
It seemed to stop when we were talking.
Yeah, because he has external speakers, and so it's probably negating our sound and then resetting it somehow.
Oh, right.
That's my thought.
Oh, cool. So it's like registering sound there because we're speaking. Okay.
Yep. So I guess so long as someone keeps talking, it's like keep talking, nobody explodes, but just like a much lower stakes version.
Keep talking. We can avoid mild audio irritation. Okay, 1, 2, 3 testing. Let's see if this stops it for him. Hey, it did.
Right, it's there.
Yep. Your thing was buzzing a bit.
Yeah,
so we figured out
it
that
was.
if we speak, your external speakers make noise and it detects that, so it stops making the background.
Yeah, it's because my voice wasn't around, so I realizes everything here is not necessary. This is not necessary. So I'm not simply ignore this. This isn't, but it's always been a problem with the imaging. Forget when animations are finished. How do we do it these days? Usually on an animation event, that's kind of gross. That's not super gross though. Nah, it's not that gross. And we'll just keep doing this until animation finished. Almost dead. Now, this was never a problem because we have to make a new animation. You click anywhere and that automatically makes an animator, so it will be specific to the screen. This was never. This will be the main menu screen. There'll be one for each screen. It's no big deal because it's automatically moved for us, and we do have to have it anyway. So now, on that actual animation, no, what's animation? Oh damn. It should be shown here. Oh, I messed this up again. I didn't disconnect these leads.
Oh.
Yes. There we go. So once this is done, I'll make a new animation event, which calls. Oh my god. Since when do I have to do it this way? I should do the target center. Really?
Mm-hmm.
You heard it?
Yeah.
So yeah, all that stuff was unnecessary because you know when I created this animation, I had to save it as an on-enter animation.
Right.
That automatically created the animator and wired it up. So we have to do that saving anyway. So we will have an animation controller per scene, per screen. So
Okay.
it's no biggie. But determining when an animation is finished is hard. What a preferred way of doing it is having an animation event, which you just basically put in anywhere, and this will trigger a function, which would be.
Why don't you just say I ended?
Yeah, on animation finished, which solves our problem for the yield. We set it to false. We trigger the on enter when it finally calls this specific variable. But unfortunately, now it's. Oh. Okay, now it's giving me completely what's going on here. A second ago it was giving me a giant drop down of a billion different things. Now it's not.
Yeah.
That's probably because I have either way. Now it's starting to get fucked up. Probably don't have the screen something.
Gotta lock that screen, right?
I don't think so. No, it's
No, I thought you meant that one.
being janky.
Wait, go back down there. Go right click on the scrubbing thing again. And add an animation event. Oh, weird.
Let me just refresh myself. I think it's actually a specific. Yeah, I think it's a specific method name. Oh no, it can't actually pull something. So you seriously have to. So this is what I want here. Why? What's it not giving that UI? So I want to trigger these guys. I certainly just don't want to. Like, there's no reason for it to even be in here. Like, I'm not even sure where it's getting these from. But that's not what I want to see. I want to see it's the old one. How do I get the old one back? The fuck? You have to select this and then this.
Weird.
That's gotta be
Okay.
a bug. That's a UI bug. The function unfortunately has to go by names. It's disgusting. And that's for our on enter. So you don't necessarily need to actually have in these controllers. You don't necessarily have to have these if you don't want. You don't have to have any animation at all. But if it's there, it will trigger it. The problem is, if it doesn't exist, we'll never get this.
Right.
So kind of have to have those. Which is, I think I'd rather not force on anybody, not force on us,
Right.
but we need it. Yeah, again, I think we're gonna have to revisit this because when we think about modability, all this has to be readdressed. So I'm just not gonna worry about it. That's our arm, but now we need an exit animation. We'll do the same thing. New clip. New animations. We'll find a better file structure for this at some point. And it's pretty much just gonna be the same thing in reverse. So our title at what was it before? 30 frames.
30, I think, yeah. Half a second.
30 frames, title, see-through. I'm on enter now, on exit. And it should have already been on 1. Damn it. Okay, let's do probably on record. What are the menu buttons originally on the other animation? Enter. Zero out. Here. And exit. Record. Here. Okay. Yeah. So exit. Now we make sure that's set up in our thingy. Oh, so you automatically add it for us. This is like, just don't have to worry about it. Kind of do. We have to set up these, unfortunately, we have to set up these fucking conditions every time. But we can't duplicate. We can't duplicate this controller and reuse it. It's just a mild hassle. So.
Sure.
And you may replace the whole system at some point. So that should be a fully functional thing. And it defaults to an idle. It'll do nothing. So if it plays now, it's playing as it should. Alright, back to core. Hey, Pip. Oh, Pip, come and go. Oh, it's Pip. How's it going, mate? Okay, we have an all reference on the graph. So probably don't have a start graph on the game state definition or got messed up. Game state definition is here, doesn't have a graph. That got messed. Somehow got messed up. It was connected before, I'm sure. I have no idea what you're talking about. I missed that. Did it happen?
Oh, it was just typo.
No, the animation. No, nothing happened.
Oh.
Okay, that sucks. That means we kind of have to start on exit. Yeah.
What?
We have to start on exit and then transition to enter. Otherwise things will stay on start on screen. So we go to on enter and then back again. Kind of weird looking, but
Oh, I see. Okay.
this way it'll start off screen.
Sure.
It's because of another thing. No, I can't. No, wait. No, idle. Idle needs to be off screen. Can I make idle the exit without looping? I could be cheeky and set to this on 0. Really, you want to be proper about this and have it so. Let's go over the scene. Ideally, you have an idle. And there could be reasons why you'd want to sit for a minute before you animate. Maybe it's loading something. So the idle should basically just be everything off screen. So on our exit, grab this position. Idle. Find out. Just. Where's my render? Oh, it's on 10. Just give it a wiggle. Yeah, and it doesn't go anywhere. Got 0 frames. Or 1 frame. So it should start on that and then transition. Yep, this is not the real menu system. So did it start outside?
Hmm?
No. You have to see this in action. Oh, that's because I'm so playing from. Wait. I started playing from before it still played it. Why did it leave idle? I went to enter and then to exit. So where's it getting these triggers from? It should just sit here. If I take out this, it should sit on idle. No, it's not. It's nothing I have to play. It's on the screen. We never put a screen on here first of all. Why is it not erroring? You got a camera problem. Fine. Why shouldn't you have a camera? What's going on? How did it manage to load it twice? Oh, it's 2 cameras. That's not the problem now. Why? Loads the scene. This loads the animator. But I've lost. I don't even have a scene script on this thing. I don't have a script. We never even put a screen in. How did it not error? Should have got an error here. Oh, well, it was never made.
Hmm.
So how the hell did this? This should have errored here. She never found that. Suggests this is getting cold. Which it is. Is this getting cold? Definitely. Go to screen, execute. You go there. Well, it definitely loaded the screen, so that's a given. On core. Yeah. Oh. Did I hide my error somehow? Oh, shift keys going again. I didn't. So how the fuck did it? Right. I wasn't paying attention to my log. That basically destroyed everything. Somehow I still managed to load the next scene. But the graph is getting sent. This is getting reset. I've done this like 3 times now. This is resetting. It's getting reset. It's a property. It's not serializing. Yep. It's. How do we do this again with a JSON property? How do we make how do you make a property serialize? Should we just not bother?
We're gonna just serialize field or something.
No, let's see with the properties. Odin serialize property. Wait. No, yeah, we're a scriptable object. An Odin scriptable object. We should just not. I'm just curious. I mean, I'm more than happy to get away from. Technically, it is an auto property. But we didn't serialize. I've never seen this before. What's this shit? Huh. I've never seen that before. Fuck. It is an auto property, which means it has a backing variable, which means it should be serializable. Obviously, non-auto properties have a get and set, which is just code, so you can't serialize those.
Mm-hmm.
So it explains why this was not serializing. I've never seen Odin serializable before. Okay, no error this time. So that means it actually did mean get to here, and that means it got to here. Which means it got to here. It means it loaded the scene, and let's see if we ever hit this debug. Cool. Didn't get that debug. Oh, let's explain something else. Never got to here, huh?
Hmm?
Never got to here. Oh. You still have to do start coroutines.
Oh, yeah.
Idiot. It still doesn't explain why it was playing out on loop. It should have just sat on the idle animation. If not told to do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Debug. How did it load the script? I mean, it ran that and then it never would have yielded. So this would have, never would have got to here, I think. So the turn, if you're not in coroutine, your turn isn't actually yield.
Mm.
Which is, I really like to think Unity would have done better. There you go.
Yeah.
What am I fucking up here? Like some fucking newbie mistake here. Neural platoon, new wafer frame. This is an inner coroutine. Neural platoon, start coroutine. It gets to here. Okay. We give the newbie search here. Unity. Starting coroutine within. This is done. Oh, yeah, you do one or the other. You don't do both.
Mm.
Whoops. So my first one should have worked. I thought so. It's just another I enumerator.
Hmm.
This will never get hit anyway. Right. I don't know why it's looping, but
Hmm.
does it reach here? It has to reach here. We know this. It's the only thing that's loading the scene. But it seems to be bailing on there. It never comes back. So, yep. Yep. Something we're doing wrong. Dumb.
Hmm.
Doing something stupid here. Yield, return, new, wait for end frame. New frame. Something incredibly dumb here. This person's saying do it that way.
Hmm.
1.2 will not continue until 1.1 is completed. Yeah, it makes sense. It's our coroutine would just get carried on. So we do. We tried this already. That one never gets run because there is no current screen. Let's see this get here. Oh. I know what's happened. And it's super fucking janky. It's not a simple bug.
Hmm.
Okay, bear with me here. This is on a screen manager, right? The problem is this. It's the base tune. I knew that. This is the problem. Coroutines are tied to objects, okay? So I start a coroutine, which is tied to this object, which is it's not got this don't destroy unload on it. We load the scene. By the time it's yielded, which is waiting till the end of the next frame, the scene is loaded. This object is gone. It has no coroutine to return to. Its coroutines are attached to the objects that call them. So we've loaded a new scene. Keeping in mind this thing didn't have a destroy unload, so it's about to disappear. We load new scene. We wait to the end of the frame. Now it's gone. There is no method to come back to. It will not yield come back to an object that doesn't exist anymore.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
I think so.
I think I run into that once, maybe twice. I know it's caught me up before.
At least you identified it.
Okay, now we got some proper errors. So current screen, this didn't work. I'm gonna do this single file carry on. It's gross, but let's see if that's a low-hanging fruit. Okay, good. Okay, we have this missing stuff. So some shit's going on in there. In the menu. The main camera, we've got some old crap on it. Whatever that needs to be. And stuff we're managing now. Screen's got an enemy on the screen, doesn't have a screen on it. Go back to the same problem. Of course it doesn't work because we never put a screen on it. We just never got that far, so now we actually have a screen to deal with the shit. Ah. I think it did start out blank. I think. It did. And it started looping. That's probably okay. It's probably just these dudes, like this one, having a loop time. And idle should be. You should not. I don't know why exit ever got to exit though. It shouldn't have done that. And now it's to the point where I commented out this. But I'm curious at how it got to exit. Before I move on, I want to know how that happened. The same way that go back to exactly where it was. How did it ever trigger that exit? Did you find a background, by the way? In?
Yeah, I sent you a link on Discord. For the just like the new full ones that Jakarta sent.
In game?
Should be just your DMs.
Discord? What do you mean Telegram?
Discord. I can do it on Telegram too if you want.
Oh, sorry, right, yeah. Keep forgetting there is DMs.
Yeah. I always forget where to find them.
Okay, that's good. Ooh. Ooh.
Campfire is pretty
beautiful.
typical, but
Oh, let's just grab all of you, first of all.
well, yeah. I like that Wispy Hill one a lot. Mm-hmm.
I got all of them. I'll figure out the native size, but I'm going to native size thing. Did you do that? Font size. Open nothing. I really like this.
Hmm.
That one seems a little
Pretty nice.
Well, it's stretched. They're meant to be. We can have it move back and forth a little bit.
Right. It's designed for parallax.
And this is also why the screen should probably the animation event. Well, yeah, we could do a lot with that controller. So let's take background. And then find a nice.
Cool. Looks good to me.
Can't recreate that error though. I want to see it. That exit. Unless there was the save. I don't know. I'm in the wrong scene. Which, yeah. Now we might have it. I don't know what would have pulled that. Something good. Oh no. Right. You can't call this yet because it's actually got to be in here. Don't need 2 nodes. You don't have a current screen, so that's fun.
Hmm.
Wait. No, that should have been fun. It should have been yield in here. We have a wait. We should never reach this until we had a current screen. So how did it get? Let's go this shit. How did it get there? I had a horrible feeling I might need to. I don't think so. Like, how many frames does it tell him to see? You determine it. Does it start loading the next scene? So fuck knows.
Right.
I've run into this before, and I don't remember having to wait more than one frame. Yeah, look, we found it right here. And then after, here's that shit. It found current screen. And then here, definition is probably not set, right? Did we never call them knit?
Hmm.
Yeah, we never called them knit. Huh.
Ah.
And that should be called. Well, knit doesn't make any sense anymore, right? I mean, this just has to have a definition. You might have to set that manually, though. And we can find it by name.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't see anything wrong with it.
I don't want to put a hell of a lot of effort here. I know it sounds nasty, and I know we'll probably end up shipping this stuff, but if we ever do come back and make this thing moddable at all, in any sense, then all this stuff will change.
True. Yeah, we can cross that bridge when we get there if we do.
But I mean, it's no skin off my back to, I guess, look it up. If anything, just to remind you how this shit works. We've done it somewhere else, and it's fine. Loaded. Find. I think it's load. Yeah, it's too big. Find this outcome. Huh. I'm sure we've done this before.
Thought so.
No, this requires you to have a resources folder. I'm thinking of some other project.
Mm.
You could just define it manually. Well, it's using other. No, it's only. No, it's You're just using Screen Manager. We could just do this. It's just one annoying step for the person making a screen. So we can just find. Normally, this means it has to go into a resources folder. We want asset manager. No, not that. Where have we done this? We've done this in Core, I think. Somewhere we do have a lookup here. Yeah, asset database. It's more gross for now, but again, we'll have to revisit this stuff. So, asset database, and we're after screen definition, assets, data, screens, was it? And then pretty much the name of the name of the scene. It's kind of gross. We're forcing them to name the scene after thing. I mean, it's not that heinous.
Could be worse. Need the end brace.
Trying to. Oh, it's the actual keyboard key. I thought it was a mouse fighting me here. Come through later and get all this crap. Ninetales, you keep me on edge. You've been typing something for hours. Oh, there it is. Mention this particular stream not being super teachable, but the fact that I am willingly, regularly showing up for this intention means it and something better than non-Z. Oh. Well, it makes me feel a little bit better about the fact that I got to go back to teaching after taking a break on Tuesday. Yeah, I don't know. I talk through everything. It helps having a pair programmer. You have to explain everything. You have to explain everything you're doing. If it was just me programming, actually that's not true. I've done streams, even when there's no one watching. I've done streams. And I use the stream as a rubber ducky because someone to talk to. Helps me program. So if I have to explain to myself, then I guess I'm at least articulating what I'm doing. But that's a totally different environment. Professors are just like regurgitating stuff we've been doing for 10 years. I can see where that comes from. Teaching's, I don't know. I think teaching certain things you need to take a break and actually use the knowledge that you're lecturing on for a while, and not just teach it. Otherwise, first of all, your knowledge is outdated, and second of all, you've become disconnected from what you're teaching. My entire career is what I'm teaching. It's what I do, so I have no choice. Right, this blew up. We couldn't find this. I'm not surprised. I'm see. Borrow. Path. I should check my path. Data. Oh, the screen definitions. God damn. Never assume. We'll check them. I gotta say, some professors though. I mean, there are terrible professors out there, but it's difficult. It's inherently difficult to teach certain topics in a lecture room. I think.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I didn't like to ask that. And yeah, like teaching. But that's honestly that's just unwillingness to get with the times. It's like if you're a professor and say like, hey, I'm teaching this thing. I want to have a computer in there, and I want to do this live. If you don't own your material, if you're just teaching a curriculum that's been set by, whoever preceded you, or you wrote it fucking ages ago and couldn't bother changing it, like you gotta get with the times. Okay, it's working now. It's working now, but our animation's still a little wonky. This is still not on, but why is idle? Why is idle? Why is it playing the idles from playing, so it should immediately be screen animator? So I went through the whole fucking thing. On enter. That was never being sent. We never set on enter. So somehow I managed to transition twice through two conditions that weren't met. Now it's just looping on the only one it can't leave. Okay, what's going on here? Ninetales, did you just finish your computer science degree recently? It was computer science, right? I think it was computer science. May. Oh, first of all, congratulations. Second of all, where did you take it? And was it like a computer science with a minor, or was it just straight up Doe University?
Oh, Purdue, nice.
Okay, I'm glad somebody recognized it, because I'm useless at North American universities.
It's in Indiana.
Oh.
So my company's headquartered in Indianapolis, so there's a big old IU/Purdue like rivalry.
Right.
And I'm just like, I don't care. I'm in Colorado. I don't know anything about this.
Finished entering. Plays on enter. Don't need to use anymore, I don't think. Finishes on enter. Doesn't set this. Sets this to false. And should loop forever here. Like forever. It should never leave on enter. But that doesn't matter because we've already reached the end of our transition. So at this point we don't give a shit. It never finishes. But more importantly, I never sent that trigger. CS major, software engineering, security. Ooh, security tracks, nice. Bit of white hat in you? Bit of grey hat maybe? Oh. I am a firm believer that psychology and computer science go together. Don't ask me why. Maybe it's my games background. Psychology and development go together.
Honestly, psychology in pretty much anything, if you're going to be honest.
I think.
But you're right.
I think like anything that has a UX at all in it, ever. If you ever encountered user experience, psychology to some extent, beyond common sense.
Oh, certainly. I would even argue that goes to engineering as well. How do you design a door handle that works correctly and looks correct?
Product design, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by that.
I'm not sure that the psychology units being taught in universities are like that applicable, but I think as a concept, psychology is just a smart move.
Well, yeah, I think it teaches people to think about how you think in the right way.
I would say that I'm assuming finish. Oh, the finish is in. Do you mean finish carpentry? Is it like carpentry finishing, or finish within the country. I'm pretty sure both of things. I know one of the things. I was right. Yeah. So that's definitely psychology right there. I mean, that's the user experience. How does it make you feel? This beautiful finish. It's like legitimate feng shui.
Yeah, exactly.
This is going to piss me off because like we can make mad progress here. And this thing, I'm the first one to admit my animation skills. I understand how they work, but clearly I'm missing something blatant here. It's just skipping along on its merry way, happily going through these. And do we ever? Well, it doesn't even hit this, right? It should definitely finish it. We should see this. If the animation is being played and it's connected, we should see one of those. Watch it again. Oh, I am playing from the main menu. That's a mistake. Yeah, so if you play from the main menu, it does what you expect. It sits there. That's exactly what we expect. So it does seem to be code driven. Okay, now what the fuck's doing? It was doing it before, right? Just playing it once. It was playing it once and then sitting. What was I? No. Wait.
I think so.
No, it was looping on something. God damn. You know what? I was like, I wonder if I'm just not saving the project in the animators I'm just getting saved. Like, this is a nebulous button. What the fuck it does, you know? But I get the feeling maybe animation, these are not saving. Unless I do something drastic. Okay, well, it's wrong. Now it feels like it's just finally picked up on the fact that I don't want this to loop. Like that was looping ages ago. I unchecked it. No, I unchecked that ages ago. So the only one that should loop is idle. Well, even that doesn't have to loop. I don't think. Big project. That's my theory. I'm still not seeing my animation events. Go to screen, entering main screen, loads the scene, finds the thingamy, finds the screen definition, found the screen component, we waited one frame, and then finished here. Yay. Then it gets to on enter. I'm like, what's going on here? It should just never. Well, I know what's gonna happen here. Nothing. Not really even worth looking at, but. Yeah, I wonder if anybody in. I wonder if I ran a course on game development, like a proper teaching course. I wonder if any backers would be interested.
I mean, I'm not even a backer. I'd be interested, probably.
Because I'm kind of sick and tired of teaching other people. I kind of want to teach when I'm in control. I am mostly in control of the curriculum, but
sure, like have your own curriculum fully.
Yeah. I think no, it's more than that. I think I'm not in a position where I don't know. I don't control the entire student experience, and
sure.
So the students end up getting kind of plopped into a course which they're not really equipped for, and yeah, I have to teach them, and it sucks for everybody. No, there is definitely okay. So
There's so much merit in print debugging.
There's
Honestly.
very good reasons for it. If people want to be fancy, they call it trace debugging. It means basically fucking prints or print lines or console writes or whatever the hell. There's a reason for that. Is anything to do with threading or anything to do with if you catch something in a break in the debugger, then or you don't know exactly when it's gonna be hit, or you just want to see the order of things, or it's overkill. Like the debugger is a godsend, but there's certain things you can't. It's you're better off. Like you want to see how frequently it's running. As soon as you hit the debugger, you've lost all sense of time. Time is stopped, right? And if you want to see, and you want to step through something 1,000 times, see that it's run 1,000 times, or 10 times, 50 times, whatever. Whereas a log can tell you that much more quickly. It's like, oh yeah, this thing's spinning through us. Plus, this debugging is just knowing where to put it and inject it. It means when you come back to it later, it's kind of like an Uber comment, in a way. If you debug something and you're totally happy with it and it's got very little comments and it's got no code or debugging, I'd rather have a little bit of debugging I can comment out or remove later. I can see what I was doing. I can see I was doing this. Like, hey, do we actually have this? Like, I can see what my thought was. I can collapse that down, no problem, and I will. Right now, it's not hurting anybody. Pet, you're a monster. Honestly, I don't believe in grading adults. A little controversial. I don't see the point.
Mm-hmm.
If you're teaching adults, then like the course I teach, people pay a lot of money for it. It's a $4,000 course, and I'm not gonna fucking pester someone to do their homework. I'll encourage them to do it and give them lots of feedback on it. I'm not gonna fucking pester them. They got their own lives. They got their shit going on. If they can't do their homework for 2 or 3 weeks because they got life stuff, then fuck, not my problem. You pay your money.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to help. But I'm not gonna. Well, I just don't believe in. Even grading at university is kind of dumb. Like, I understand like having a university grade at the end, like a first, second, or whatever the hell they call them in this country. Or North America. How do they grade university courses? In the UK, it's.
I mean, it depends.
You get
There's
third,
letter
a
grades,
2-2,
at least in my
2-1,
experience.
a first with distinction. That's how it works in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
Like really, and it depends what you're doing. I mean, if you're doing an English degree, I guess it makes I don't know. I guess most of the stuff I'm familiar with, a teacher learns something that your portfolio speaks for itself.
Sure.
Right. Animation events aren't so good. That could be because these aren't wired up properly, or they're on the wrong object. It's on the screen object. I need to quickly dust off my Windy animation event again. I thought it broadcasted to everything in the scene. I might be wrong. Blah 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 blah.
Hey, can you still hear me okay?
Yeah.
My computer's restarting, so I'm on my tablet now.
Oh, it sounds a little different. Some of that.
Yep.
There. This is telling me how that's working. I don't know when it gets going. So class print. Okay. The script is played. Okay, script file over. Create a cube. Put the script file on it. Animate the cube. Yeah, so it's everything that's on the same objects. Send, check this thing. In the main menu, the screen has the animator on it, and it has the screen script on it. This should pick up on it. That's just crap. I think that's actually look at this properly. Yes, we're making a brand new one. Don't want that. The issue with letter grades at some point stop meaning how well you did at learning. It stop meaning how you Yep. I've been told to grade up a class before. I've been told to grade up 40 students because or grade down. It happens both ways. They got to reach their numbers, and the fact that nebulous and that somebody actually it's a sliding scale means that the only person who's changing the dial on that is the one who cares about how the university works. Whether the university just that's a hard grades and only puts out grade students, that's sliding. It's a dial that has absolutely no meaning. So I also don't believe in. I mean, there has to be something, but I think that something should be tangible, portfolio work, proof of effort, proof of ability. I guess. Like I remember spending like a fucking shit ton of time on one of my courses in university, and I got the highest mark you could get, which was just like a first.
Hmm.
But the amount of like tons of my friends got first, and they spent the weekend on it. And not to belittle their work in the sites, but I guess that doesn't really matter. I did that because I wanted to, and it was for the portfolio work. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Oh, hello. Oh, is this the new way? Is this the new way? I think there's a new shiny for how this is supposed to work. God, I should know this stuff. I don't really teach this stuff. Thank God. I should know this better. Was that a new menu or something? Yes. Ah, here, add behavior. Motherfucker. So how do these guys work? Oh, it's a new kind of script. Okay, maybe this is not going to help us. This is for pure actual state machine stuff. That's something that inherits from it, which is totally overkill for us. We actually do this rather than an animation event. That's cool, but it's not useful for us. And what was this menu? 2017. This fucking UI has changed so many fucking times. I don't. It's just basically not calling. Alright, let's get our ducks in a row here. What the fuck's actually happening? It's playing. It's going through all of these without caring about the conditions. The conditions aren't being set by anywhere but our code, and it's not even setting on enter. That's been commented out for ages. Like, is it hitting either one of these? It was hitting one of them because we saw it hit. We saw it hit this one. No need to test that. Yeah, honestly, high pass, pass, low pass. That's closer to what I prefer, and that's more just like how well is the student doing throughout the course, like what they need to focus on. It should be more personal thing. Like, okay, I'm doing okay here. I'm getting low pass. Probably should spend more time on that. That should be more for the professors too. Like, hey, this person's getting like a low pass on that. We should probably, heaven forbid, give a student a catered learning experience. I'm getting a bit worried that I have to type this in manually. I like it. The fact that the UI was changing. And I'm running Unity 2021, and I know that animation events are not shiny anymore, so I'm gonna figure out that emoji. Let's try this with 2021. know of how weird shit happened in animation events before. I'm starting to wonder if there is an on. There is. I know there's an on animation event thing. I think. Oh no, that's just something I've coded in the past. Being reused. No. You're like one line code away, or one tick box on having able to make some progress. So I just want to leave this for now, and we can work on something else. I'll fix this after. How long you got tonight, Jim? Still with me, Jim?
Yep.
How long you got tonight? I feel like you're not still with me. I noticed my exit animation finished is not. The animation event for that was missing. I'll try something different here. Okay, I thought there was no animation event. What? Fire events. I should fucking hope so. Is that not on somewhere?
Mm.
How long you got tonight, Jib? We have to leave.
Probably about a half hour or so. That's all right.
Okay, what the fuck just happened? Did it work? No, because I'm testing out of. Okay, so here's the clue. It totally fucking works when I'm playing it from the main menu. So takes a frame. Oh no, someone's up on exit. How? Was there just enough lag? It started hitting start takes a second or so, and the animations are pretty quick. Let me slow them down. It's, even the animation UI is not working. It's not going well. None of this animation system's fucking working. I can't. This drop down's not working. Let's try it slower. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's watch it slower and get the animator up. Oh, fucking hell. No shit. Oh my god. See this orange, dude? That's the default.
Oh.
God damn.
Oh.
Let's spot that fucking ages ago. We could have more progress today.
Mm.
That probably will fix. Well, it'll fix this. Jesus. Yeah. Explains why we didn't see animation events or anything. We're just skipping them up to it. Or loads it. Plays it in 6.
Cool.
Thank fuck for that. Right, let's keep moving.
Yeah.
Let's get ourselves like brand new computer.
I'm dealing with that right now too.
Yeah.
Hopefully, gonna have a way to stream Ableton Discord
Are you on your?
into Discord. So
Are you on your normal mic again?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds very robotic.
Oh, probably bitrate difference. 1 second.
Like you sound a bit like a Dalek.
But cool.
All right, 1 second.
What the hell have we done here? So most of these are just giant swapping changes. I don't have a guess. So working game state and flow. Systems and graphs. Screens. That's what I do. Screens.
Am I any better now?
Say more?
Check, 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 check.
Yeah. The first second was
Weird. Okay.
Dalek, and then it's fine.
Huh.
Okay, perfect now. Alright, let's do some actual work. So, cool, let's go back to our graph to see if we can do this. Okay, so we've gone to a screen. It's our main menu. So we could have another graph that is what's core? Core right now is running through this crappy. I forget how it's running it, but it's running through the script. It's running in the start state, which is fair. So I guess let's just do some button stuff. Let's see if we can get to combat from here. So we're gonna want a new node for buttons. Tangler nodes. Go to screen. This is gonna be UI, unfortunately. There's another folder, right? I'm gonna have to be specific here and say on menu button pressed. That doesn't need to be that specific. I think it does. On menu. On for the main menu, it's something as simple as on button clicked. That's like keeping it. Yeah, menu selection. I'm trying to think of all the different. Even the main menu, you would select one of the options, but it might be like pan left, pan right, or I don't know. That makes some sense. I could go into the screen logic itself, but I think on button click is a bit too simple. Let's roll it and see how it feels. So on button clicked, it's going to be a Tangle node. That's not right. We'll rip it off from some other node. Lost our nodes. Let's try on in state node. Okay, we do shit. Let's try logging node. Good enough. Okay, so this is going to be an on event. Now, what kind of event? So for our on damage guys, these are intents. What about on timeline event? These are on timeline events. So we kind of named these things specifically. Which is fine. Because we'll be looking specifically for this type of node. So it's totally cool for this thing to just have something. You can call it whatever you want, public, void, on click. And we can have on released and clicked and ship, but until we need it, let's leave it. So let's keep it simple. We don't know which button this is. We have absolutely no concept of it, so we'll just, I guess, continue graph. Can we call continue graph something not execute? Can, but we have to call run next node, I think. Yeah. So continue graph only works if you're already inside the flow of the graph. If you're being called externally, like we're saying, hey you, on click, then we have to not only populate the outgoing execution nodes onto the stack, but we also actually have to kick it off. Right?
Mm.
So we'll have to check that's the right button. So if button name seems awfully simplistic. But maybe it's best to start that over once. Actually, I'm okay with this being inverted for once. And now when a button's pressed, so we're gonna have to have some special script for our buttons. So scripts UI. Just give me something like a menu button. I'm gonna put this in a. I have a menu folder. So menu button. Menu button needs to know about its graph. Maybe not. Yeah, do the number state. Oh, patience and running crap and everything help. So changing to happen. Yeah, this is like hella simple, but it'll do for getting a basic flow going. So now in our main menu, it's the communication between these buttons and the what's actually going to communicate between these things. So I have a few of those menu buttons. Close one. Maybe this should just be called like on event, something event. That's way more reusable.
Yeah, sure.
On UI event. That feels way more reusable.
Yeah, it feels more versatile.
Yeah, I think let's shoot that on event. On event. Event name. Now, that actually makes a better disconnection between the buttons. A screen can be told about its graph. Right? No, we never call a nip, do we? We did this instead. I don't think anything we should do in a nip. Oh, we can't call in a nip because it's not the way it works. I don't know if we how the fuck is this screen gonna know what graph it's in? Would it only ever be one screen graph at a time? This feels like where do these graphs come from? It's not. It is the screen. Screen definition doesn't have a graph. So this whole thing's been triggered from core. Now, just because it's called the main menu graph means fuck all. Like, this is just a graph being called from core that we have decided now is about to handle a bunch of main menu buttons. Should the screen have its own graph to do that? But then when does it stop? How big does this graph get? Does it have every screen
Right.
on it?
I mean, it's a question of how big each graph wants to be, rather than having to like jump between a bunch of them. Which I don't know.
Can we?
Valid arguments either way.
How scary is it to use our nested graph systems to do this?
Oh, probably not too bad now that we have that framework kind of ready to go.
Yeah, but do nested graphs get events?
Good question. I don't know if we've tested that.
Start nested.
Well, I think they must, because don't the card graphs do that? And don't those have events?
Well, let me create. Yes, but they were contained. They were contained within the graph, though. That's okay.
Right.
That means that's okay because you don't really want graphs out. Your parent graph shouldn't be your parent respond like queuing your stuff. I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, this is just a normal thing, and then if somewhere around here it ends up getting stuck on this. The running graphs is where we handle absolutely nothing. Remember, running graphs is bullshit. It's when we do start listening. This dude, which I'm becoming less and less inclined to, considering that all of our graphs are now event-based.
Yeah.
If all graphs are event-based, so why the fuck should we explicitly have to say this? And all this crap is going on too. And now we have event listening graphs again. I'm getting bounced around here. Event listening graphs. Where is this popping in? Register graph event listener. Listen for events node. Yeah, this is becoming redundant as fuck. Like, why should all graphs should be doing this? But worse than that, it's encounter. So our events are now like events are like scattered out. Like what the encounter is registering certain things for me. This would be the highest level. Like yep, the graph is started. It's registered to events. How those events reach you should be. This is just wrong. So I don't want to. I'm gonna note to self. This is like the first thing to go on next session. But I want to break it in the sense of combat, which is already pretty broken. But we have the old combat, which should kind of work. I don't know. Combat's pretty broken, but there's enough there that we should be able to. Yeah, enough works that we can test event listing.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to disappear. So this is for the first time this graph is outside of the encounter. And because of this guy, it has no way of listening to events. Then again, nothing was triggering events except for things like on intent. So we could do our own version of this. We could inherit this from something that has graph, like a graph container or something. That's one way we could do it. But that seems
a little overkill somehow.
That would isolate our graph, create a bit of a walled garden between our graphs, so you don't have like the UI graphs responding to cards and shit.
Oh. Well, okay, here's another question then, and I don't know if this changes anything, but at some point we're going to have things like choose what card you want to discard for this action, that sort of stuff. Is that going to be handled by the same system as this, or is this entirely separate?
That should be triggered by a node that specifically does that from a card graph.
Cool.
A card graph should never actually say, hey, show some UI for me. Ever.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the card graph's responsibility or business. It says, hey,
sure,
give me this thing. And whether that's hard-coded or whether that fires off an event to another UI graph, that remains to be seen. Probably. We might have a UI graph that's just sitting there waiting to show. We may have a whole combat UI graph. Like, it's heading that way. Like stuff beyond the obvious. Something like the timeline's obviously not going to be that. Timeline's complicated. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure how far we're going to end up down that route. Because that boils down to modability. How far do we want to go? And that's a big change.
Mhm.
We make like at that point when do you stop? When do you stop using graph?
Right.
Which gives you a nasty single point failure. But stare at the same thing. So this is entered a game state. So this whole graph is definitely just one game state. And if the game state is main menu, then I think it's fine for the main menu button reactions or UI events to be handled in here. That's the game state we're in. If we enter a different game state and it has a menu, then it'll handle its own buttons. So I think, oh well, fucking hell, what happened here? Oh wait, what did I do? Okay, that's a totally terrible namespace. On UI event, so I'll redone. Tangler dot nodes. What just happened? What the fuck did I just do?
Oh.
It didn't move the file. Did it move the folder? I hope not. Oh dear. That is committed. I didn't move anything. But I may have just renamed some namespaces. I don't think I did. Tango UI. This should have moved to the nodes then. Okay, I don't think I took that note. Here's one. Why are all these saying they have no scripts? It's just something. Let's try that again then. So this should be in nodes. UI. So leave an empty folder. Keeps complaining about these updates targeting.
Huh.
The nodes are missing. This whole side of the graph's fucking gone. No, it's not. Be damaged. Where is it? Where is this? Where is this updated? This is damage. I don't see an update targeted intent on these graphs. You'll expect to have one. I think. Unless those are just old. I might even seen it in here.
Weird.
That is an old node. You can't remove. You ran into this problem before. Like it's not in here. It is not in here, so this is just some scrap left over crap. And we can't delete it. Because it's not in the list.
Shit.
You can't delete it because this was added. Risk. What do we do for that? Come back to that one. Let's get button working. But yeah, I was checking, I was reorganizing scripts, and it should be an empty folder. An empty UI folder somewhere. Tangler. Tangler, no. Okay, maybe just delete it first. Alright, well, we should have that. And probably have that event now, so that's a game state main menu. Nodes, UI, on UI event. I guess on exit, click. It's simple. Okay, this is an event, so it's not going to have execution flow. Input false. And now we just call those groups somewhere. So it goes back down to the listening things, not being things. So let's just make all graphs listen everywhere for now. Like, I can't imagine much cross-chatting. They're doing completely different jobs. So whenever a button's pressed, which is in our, let's just top-down this thing. It'll take a second to do that way. Main menu. All these buttons have a thing that's not showing. Oh yeah, we got to this far, and then yeah. Okay, so this is gonna have. And I'm clicked, and I'm gonna get lazy here. And just menu button's gonna require. It's a click button. So tired of it. I'm not tired of being it, but I have so many students who just cannot figure out how to wire up Unity events for a button click. But saying that, you shouldn't, they would never figure this out. No, it's Appleton. Now this is the bit we need to figure out how to talk upwards. So this button has no fucking clue where it is. Can we assume there's one screen at a time?
There might be overlays. You might have, like, I'm on the map, let me check my cards.
Right, yeah. You're a bit right, just went to the toilet again.
Ah, god damn it, okay.
Yeah, you're right though. So who do we talk to? Who the fuck do I talk to? The menu button can find the screen, at least. The screen's gonna have a best bet. So we should grab that right away. I'm not doing other comments because it's short on time. It's simple from there. This is using the wrong screen, isn't it? Yep. I knew it's brightness than less. Really long way. Nothing. God, yeah. Final screen. We've got to have this everywhere forever. I'm beginning to regret this. Well, I'm beginning to. I'm not sure this name makes sense now too. Because this is really. It's actually like the thing that handled the animation and button events and stuff. The screen. So this is like a screen handler, I want to say. Screen. It's not a screen manager. We've gone. It's a screen. It's handling messaging basically. It also Screen. Let me pull a handler. I'm doing it. I'm not going to be needing this for this. So we don't have to fuck it out. So screen handler, we got it. So we don't click. What do we tell our screen handler? We say like, you know, we're on UI event. And that's going to be UI event. UI event. Event on click. Wonderful. Semicolon buttons. Okay. Now we're back up here again. Now what can we do from here? We don't have an initialization we wanted, but this thing is being looked at from our screen manager. Like here. At this point, we can tell it stuff. Like, hey, you came from, I don't know. It's gonna need to know about the graph. So we're gonna have to feed it down. It's no questions. Screen manager, when it transitions to screen, that's the one that comes from our node. This thing's got to pass the graph through. Kind of gross, but it has to be done. Because it's the only thing it knows. Like, this could come from literally anywhere in the game, and if it's coming from here, we need to know which graph it came from. So it's kind of crappy, but we're going to have multiple screens on at once, happening at once. That's stuff with me. And we just fucking spaghetti it all the way down to Q, unfortunately, too. This is the only place we can say, hey, current screen dot graph. Like what? What if the screen came from multiple graphs? What if two graphs pause the screen? What do we do? Sounds like I'm on my own. Given this is getting made brand new every time we load the scene, we load the scene, this is a completely fresh object. And I'm quite happy to say, nah, it's going to be one, because if we've got to this point, this is fresh, so it can only really have one. Owning owner graph, this colon graph, this instigator graph.
Source graph.
If you talking any of that time?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I heard source graph and I'm really good now, so you must have been like really not.
My audio is fucked right now. I'm trying to troubleshoot stuff, but I think it's just like I'll have to deal with it for the next 5 minutes and then I'll just go to bed.
Right. So current screen is only gonna have one graph. It's a brand new fucking object. There's no way anytime we load a screen. Yeah, so what do you call this thing? Something graph, owner graph? You said something, source graph? Yeah, that sounds good. Source graph.
I said source graph.
Something's happening. And now we have a way of talking back to the graph. Lovely. And like this is the shitty way to do. Place this would be a good place to come back to actually. Place this and the encounter listening or whatever the fuck it's called. Event listening graphs. Stuff with the universal event listening. So what is doing gross, and that is going to go through for each bar on UI event node in source graph of get. We also have a get nodes type. That'd be nice. On UI events. There's never spotlight, there should be node. And we'll have that guy. When it does have it, it'll just literally call the thing on. Okay, well, let me do this first. It will be on UI event name. This guy first. And let's put this next to get first node type. It's basically the same thing. Where T as enumerable to ICB T2. On UI events, I thought I did that. On events, right? It's the same meaning. Pass. So that'll be our ASDF in a minute. One of them. Now let's wire up our exit button. Click the game. Oh god, what have I done here? On exit. Just to match this guy. Let's exit button on the exit flex. Goes to here. No comments. No comment, no comments. Source graphs populated. Should be good. And now we have to do something. Right now it's going to say K. Sure, why not?
Is my mic working?
That worked.
Oh, now I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on.
Check, check, check.
Okay, now I can hear you. All right, I'm having audio issues. I'm gonna just quit while I'm behind.
Okay, mate.
I'll talk to you probably Wednesday, or well, hit me up.
Okay. See you, mate.
See ya.
Alright, source graph doesn't exist. Because I never passed it through, you know. All this may actually pass it through. Tangle graph on go to screen. Tangle graph never really assigned. Tangle graph assigned. Object property is damn, it's the graph. That's always assigned. So this is failing. Let's have a look. Go to screen somehow isn't getting a doesn't have a graph associated with it. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it has a graph. It's getting lost somewhere, isn't it? Somewhere. Not passing it through there, I think. Start coaching. Oh. Graph. up here. Yeah, let's go all the way down to here. Yeah. Slow staff is set. So let's get to here, and the button's pressed. That's it. So let's start. Oh. I totally misinterpreted. I misinterpreted the arrows coming from. Oh, this gave me no reference. Reference. I need person for pets. Hear that? All right. Something. Interesting. If they show this programmer art main menu to team and see how long it takes them to immediately make a main menu. That's no. It's my casting. I knew it. It's definitely my casting. Nodes. There's a list of nodes. And when it spits out right. Yeah. No. And do a double layer casting here, and this should. Yes. Once further I'll type if I save. That should just straight up work. Yay! Just K. Lovely. And I can actually quit the game by making one more node. Which I'm okay putting in debug. Where the hell should this go? It's eval. But exit game node. I think I have to write one of these. And this will not be an output. It's game over. Execute. Sure, I'll call base execute. That's going to make a difference. Kill the game. Oh, to do. Bots. See around. Application .code. Pop that into the graph. Execute. It should stop the game. Come on. No, this never really works when you're in Unity playing mode. Unity works playing mode. Editor. No, it's ignored. It's fine. It would work if it was not in the editor. So, let's say. I'm going to speed up those animations again. Maybe. Okay. Exiting game. Alright. Get some stuff. So we have added line events. And now exit. Oh, I'm going to carry on. I don't know if anybody else wants to stick around. I'm going to carry on with something. I haven't decided what yet, but I do want a cigarette first. I think it's something to work on. Something a bit more substantial than this. Oh, this is necessary work for a state manager and all that kind of behind the scenes stuff. Screen handlers, transition, go animation kind of stuff. It's boring, but it has to be done. You don't have to do it once. We got a good framework now. I know I definitely want to hit up this. Really bad. It's going to simplify things a lot. could do that now. Not to mess it around. Probably really won't take that long. It's a bitch to test though. It really needs a good solid test, so I'd rather do that when I have time to sit down and test everything. Waiting 19 hours never come. Small document from Microsoft items before I can this specific before. Seems to be reoccurring front by having a specific focus on this application. Oh. Okay, design doc. Which can come in many different names. I have a quick cigarette. I'll be right back. Well, sequence it back. How's it going, mate? How's your adventure? Whatever adventure you went on. I'm assuming you went on an adventure. That's the only thing that possibly tell you away from this riveting and stuff here. I don't want to do this right now. I need something more interesting. More interesting. That. I know. I know. I think yes, that's true. Not because I want to use something, but because I already own something. I want to use for inspiration. The map. And then Jesse's going to probably send me something that's supposed to hit. A really cool one. That seems to be the main more since last time. You have a hat. It's map. It's a fun. Sequence. What should I make? What should I do? I'm not going to work on any heavy stuff. I want you to do that for it. Like a hex below. Ah, it's a hex framework thing. How old is this? 2019. Oh yeah, and this is actually it was quite cool. But it had some. It was the math behind that was interesting.
Yeah, we were looking at this a long time ago.
Yeah, the math behind it was kind of. Says I own it. Also says I don't own it. Also not one thing.
Just for all the details for generating anything, there was that thing I linked you to before.
Yeah. I remember having seen that before in LinkedIn when I was researching. How would I find it? I know you linked it to me before.
Like what?
I can't search in Telegram because I can search in.
Oh, do you mean you want a link to that thing?
Yeah.
Okay, one second.
Some inspiration. Some math behind X maps is kind of interesting. This one was kind of cool because it did some really nice texture blending, I believe. It also had pathfinding for units and stuff. You find a path based like around mountains and stuff. So that's some pretty cool math in it. Kind of cool to release for free, you know.
Where do you want me to send you the link?
Just talking.
Okay.
Yeah, you see, like Fog of War and Saving the Loading full source code up. Pretty cool to release for free. It's probably well out of date now, but that's fine because it's just the math. Yeah, pathfinding. Oh, it's powered by something else. It's okay. It's been a good inspiration for some of the more annoying master code. Really feel like you're reinventing the wheel. My Y key is giving up on me. You message to me? Because I have 2 accounts. Remember?
Well, I just sent it to you. Well, I only have your one on Telegram.
If you go to my latest thing I just said in Telegram and then send a message to that person, they look the same. One's on an old phone number like an old UK phone number that I can't access.
Okay, I know that you read some of these messages just like yesterday.
Oh, that's probably on my phone.
Right.
I can read on my phone, but not on the computer. Fine.
I'm sorry?
Are you sending it to my new account?
I only have one account of yours, Cash and Telegram. I already sent it to you.
Did you go to Telegram chat, click on my actual one of my messages and say send message? I don't know.
I'm honestly not sure what you're referring to. I can send you a message on Discord.
Sure.
Well, Cash, I'll just message you on Discord, okay?
That's what I said.
I'll tell you my Telegram.
You didn't hear my last words.
I sent it.
I'm gonna pull this down though. Yep. I'm just being really, yeah, I had seen it before. It was really cool. Oh, Cali coding. That's like, yeah, that's what I saw before. This is I was a patron with this person for ages. Probably, might be worth developing it completely from scratch. To be honest, I mean, there's going to be parts of this that don't make sense, but a lot of it will. Like, I don't think we're going to need as much of the pathfinding. Depends if our encounters move around, which could very well be how they work. And we talked about a boss event, kind of like moving around. Then that would be useful. Fog of War, probably useful. Maybe a lot of stuff in here. The terrain generation itself, useful. I got like a water cycle and stuff. Quite cool. Super old, but that's irrelevant. It's just not. Climate creation. Very cool. A little bit of overkill, some of it. Like roads and stuff. I mean, I don't need to go full on civilization with our movement and stuff. Hold on that asset though. Whoa. That's that. Override my project settings. Ah, it goes with. It goes over it now. I just got loads of stuff we don't need. Loads of stuff is not going to work. So. Any of your project settings, man. I mean, there's certain things that are worth recoding from scratch. I'm not entirely sure a hex map is one of those things. Like the rendering side of things for sure, because we want to get the style exactly how we want. But there's always a cost associated with using a third-party asset. But sometimes it's worth the payoff. Like the drag and drop system, like the system I used for the it was basically a Diablo style inventory system that I was using for a basis for the timeline. It saved us a little bit of time, but I think in the long run it actually cost us time. Not like a huge amount of time. Like, it was only done over a few dev sessions, but. And this fool used the editor namespace. That was dumb. No, I used the editor namespace. That was dumb. Never used the editor namespace. We're going controls. Yes. I'm thinking like, oh, it's just getting down to test. But I imagine the map comes with like a parchment map. What is the thing? Global variables. Yeah. Let's like there's this one system of that. This asset I bought here is like you can tell when someone's taking an asset, someone's like on a team of a game that's like really, really well developed and like, hey, we should just sell this thing in the asset store. And to do that, they had to basically take a massive chunk of their engine, all their engine code, and just ship it with it because it would be too much hassle otherwise. Like there's massive swaths of code. It's nothing to do with what you're buying, basically. Like this. I think I stripped examples from this thing, but this RPG and MMO UI was just insane. I've not actually used it for anything. I think I've used a couple of the textures it came with for. I don't think I've used anything for that. Maybe a couple of textures just for placeholder things, but it had so much. This honey framework I think feels a bit like that. Like a third party folder of our own. Here's a demo of the scene. Yeah. I can't imagine this is gonna work. Give it a shot. Yep, this rings in. This looks familiar. Yeah. This is nicer. Something like it. Replace roads. It's got like works out how to make the roads make sense. You make knots of them. That's a fair bit of work. There's the character. One. Let's see. Yeah, reminds me of like a million different games. Let's see what we got there. You can tell a lot from someone's code. Like for instance, these guys are using vector 2i's, which is an optimization that most people wouldn't bother with. And the fact that the comments read like this means it came from a commercial project, or at least a team-based project, really using automated documentation system. That's the only reason to use this type of comments. So it was definitely aimed at low-end devices to check for directed to the version as well. Let's see the map of the use of machine. State going to be reinvented. This is the kind of stuff you always want to use as reference and not directly use. It's just, it's like we have rivers that generate to flow outwards to the ocean or something. Or maybe just completely random. Run on code, baby. This is a tired programmer right here. Set something to false, and if something is true, set to true. It's seen. It's just setting it to true, setting it to that. Oh no, Ninetales. Don't tell me that the bad happened. No. Did you lose anything? I'll send you my files. I think we're still using stuff on the old hard drive because you don't know what it is. Oh, sometimes. Okay. Maybe it comes in, but no. So it's oh good. Oh, I see. So you just forgot to start a progress bar. I hear you. Can I still copy and paste it? No, that's cool. New. Let's see if I can just transition to. I'll make this work. UI screen. No. State should have process screen. It should be in nodes UI. Yeah, I got like loads of old external 1 terabyte hard drives just scattered around. I say none, I got two. We go back quite a while. I think I got most of the things off, and there's probably loads of treasure in there. So I have like a new screen. Like Yankees this screen. New screen called Combat. Let's make this thing go on quick fight. Quick fight. New button. And that should probably be. Yeah, that's going to be. Oh, we don't have this yet. Ah, this should be useful thing to do. Game state doesn't have a go to game state. That is a good thing to finish on. That is a good thing to start on. So, change the main menu to have a quick, just this testing button for quick combat. Let's take me straight to combat. Button. Quick. Quick what? Sorry? Yeah. Nice quick battle. What do we think of skirmish? Maybe get new keywords so I can fix this one properly. On skirmish, click. And that's going to be a new thing over node name state go to name state for the important one. And then execute. Actually, it's going to stick it to the graph. Guess it will. This will be our state manager, name state manager, transition to state, and that'll be a new state definition. State. Yeah, states. This probably won't work with, might not work with Xnode. Let's see. Input definitely not false. Back to the game state. Go to game state. Oh, nice. Just work. So game state definitions, and it's not a callback screen. That's actually what it is. Scrimmage. So when that runs that, it runs this, which will run this, transitions to state. State hasn't been started yet, so you start the state graph. I guess the old graph needs to know it's been left. Actually, no, because it's all it is a graph. Yeah, just a graph. Because I think states don't really have any state as such. The graph continues to state. This is why this is a quite simple system. So that should work. It just needs to have a proper error here. State causes entered. You might have an exited graph. That could be a thing. I'd rather make that unknown. This on entered graph is badly named. They should pretty much just be. Oh, I just realized something. Game state definition. This shouldn't save because it hasn't got an Odin shit on it. Game state definition. How is that saving? This is supposed to have an Odin serialized nonsense on it. Why was it needed there and not here? Maybe because it was a graph. No. Doesn't make sense. Why was it necessary to string? Oh. So it's not necessary for string? Comment. So I should probably just pick up that. These are probably drug for definition here. A replacement keyboard that I got. The one, honestly, you're gonna have to two keyboards if this is your business room. Bit loud. No understand, but it was hella cheap. Isn't back for that yet. Game states. How did they take this? It's very much. This could have like go as far as having like end turn being pressed and everything. Like it could all be defined in the graph. And like having the flow of drawing cards, playing and doing AI first so you can reorder how the game flow works in combat in a graph. That was their kind of goal from a long time ago. So this will go to screen definition. The combat screen. And we might use combat with a new combat screen now. Time on combat. This should really be a drop down. The screen definition is not a string. That's I'm trying to bother with that right now. Let's see if it fails. Well, we'll make it to do that. Name. Black screen, that one. Finish. Finish the screen. On that screen. Don't really need any buttons in there. The skirmish game state. I'll link that up. Yeah. So now I click on that new button. Should take me to combat scene. It'll probably prompt me right because the combat scene doesn't have a screen, right? Easy to fix. Anything or anything, really. Be a screen. Oh, a screen handler, sorry. Which now has an animator on it. So, I mean, again, you need to animate in all of your stuff. And these will be harmless because they don't do anything. So it's no animation. It means you can animate in on your cards, or whatever. Pan your parallax background in. It's more than that, it's like playing sounds and music and stuff. So now it's got a screen in it. It should work. Okay. We got to screen manager twice. Ended up taking us to the main menu. Oh, we have left the main menu. How did we get back to? Oh. I think that's happening because I don't know exactly what's happening. Very specific. You should tell me where it got cold from. It's because it instantiated the entire core scene. That's something to do with the combat system. So in here, we have a core game object. You can't find core. You can. There's some crazy check in here. This one. This check. Which means it runs through all of this stuff. And I wonder if one of those things is causing. It makes sense why it's two screen monitors. Hold on. All of those came from. Oh, I'm running it. I'm running the wrong scene. That might have been the problem in the first place. No, I'm going to do it again. Clear, experiment. So briefly load the scene and then jump back somehow. Finished exiting main menu, entering screen, combat screen, found the screen. Oh. That doesn't make sense. That should say the screen handler on the combat scene should be on world space canvas. Finished entering. Okay, this is a bug. Finished exiting main menu. Finished exiting main menu. Entering combat screen. Which means it's got the screen definition. Entering the combat scene. Oh, I duplicated something. I may have forgotten to skirmish. Skirmish, go to screen, combat screen. So combat scene. Anytime on combat. Okay, nothing there about that. You enter the scene. Entering scene, yes, loading it. There's what's loading here. So now it's popping back over to main menu. So loading. Ah. No. Oh, I thought. I think I scrolled too high up that far last time. So found that. Finish entering. Now here it had a problem. Ah. Ah. I do actually need to log this. I mentioned somewhere that it has to be active scene name. I've probably not done that. gonna be looking for the new timeline combat, which is not with not like all the experiment. Let's go combats. It's fucking combat screen past the match. I'll just see what's down. It's gonna say new, looking for new timeline combat in here. Yeah, at least I have knock-on effects all over the place. So I don't like the way this is looking. It's attacking in the first place. It should be, honestly, I think the screen handler should just define its definition. I think this is just a straight up just you have to define it because the screen names are C names are changing all the time. It's going to be giant number. There could be multiple scenes that have the same definition. Like all of our various combat ones in various stages of development and testing. And then just don't do this. So my screen handlers. Oh, that was a bad idea anyway. That was a massive database which you can't use in the build. That would have bitten me acid anyway. The way to do it for now. So both my scenes. Menu. Screen. I really like that background. Yeah, even the menu, and then timeline combat. Timeline combat. Yes, combat. See how far we get this time. What's it working? I'm gonna call it. Still looping back around on itself. It's like it's going. I'm wondering if it's that code in name state manager. This thing. The IDs. Or the name of the graph. That's the graph ID. That's the game state definition. That was a different. Yeah, they're different. Just put something that jiggles on your mouse. I can tell you what anything can jiggle. And this is straight up just trying to go back to the main menu. Going to state, game state skirmish, running enter game state, running to go to screen, exiting screen main menu, finish exiting screen main menu, entering screen, combat screen, loading screen. And we saw this happen, so that's working. Found the screen component, finished entering screen main menu. I think I know what's happening, right? know exactly what's happening here. Huh. No, wait, I can't do it. I can't do it. Could it be loading two at once? Could be two simultaneous. Doesn't look like it's doing two simultaneous things. It's finish exiting, entering, loading, found it, finished entering screen main menu. That's loose, so that's well, the difference is this is going to be running now. One difference. That didn't seem to do much, except it has got a big old yield in it, which we are yielding on, so it shouldn't continue. I didn't see I didn't see exiting screen, main menu. Finish exiting screen. Yeah, so that looks fun. Entering screen. Select the routine, loading new scene, found new screen components. So did that and that. But then immediately got the wrong name. The definition is just assigned. So how did it get the wrong name? Oh, the IDs. No, the IDs is just the name. The screen definition. And that's serializable script object. Don't call that screen. I have a horrible feeling. Things are not what they appear here. I duplicated this to create this. The way Unity serialization works behind the scenes, it saves these files. If you have an old name that you replace the name of, and I remember changing the name at some point, did some juggling with this thing to make an ID. That serialized the old name when I had a public new string name. It serialized that, which it would have done. Then that could be in the serialization data, but invisible. Potentially. It's a bit of a reach, but I'm going to try just recreating this scratch. Screen definition. On that screen. I'm using it and you won't forget. Even the fact these are name the same thing, I'm going to call that. Really want to make sure. So now let's go to screen to write up combat screen. It doesn't make sense where I load the screen and pop backward. Not the message is going to get. The same error. Exiting name, finish exiting, combat, loading combat. It is different. No, it's not different. It's just got some warnings in here. It's still saying finish entering screen main menu. And then carried on doing all of the stuff it needed to do for the scene, combat scene, all of it. Then complained that the main screen manager was missing. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, I see what's happening. They were running at the same time. So there's two core game objects. This is why I'm getting this error. This should have been the big indicator. The screen manager already exists. Is that my first error? If that's my first error, I should be able to test this with the rarely used error pause command. Ah, it's too late though. Too late. I'm going to change scene. I know when uses error pause. So it loaded the combat scene, and then because this combat scene has got core in it, it's trying to load the whole shit again. The screen manager again. If it loaded the scene again, additively, then that would cause it to reload the main screen, the main menu, because that's what the game flow tells it to do. So, is that just a leftover thing from here? Is there an additive load scene somewhere? All my scene managers. Can't be that many of them. Can they load? Scene. Async. Boom. Right there. Huh. Gotcha. It couldn't find a sound manager. Why? It's in the coursing, isn't it? No, yep, sound. I mean, sounds probably doesn't have Don't Destroy Unknown. It doesn't, so fuck. What a fucking shitty bug. Super fun. So, long story short, I have a crappy check here. A really terrible way to find the core scene in the scene. And if it doesn't find it, it just adds the whole scene again, which loads it, tells it to load the main. In the end, it results in it loading the main menu again, and so on. And doing everything in the meantime. This is awful. Really bad. And the reason it's there is because I want it to be able to start from the combat scene naturally. Just check. That's be way smarter. I should be looking for core, surely. Something over there. It's something that this does have. Looking for the core scene. I guess core. I don't think that core object existed at the time. That was quite a while ago. This did not exist at the time, so we looked for the next best thing, which was a sound manager. Either way, that should be fixed twice now. Oops, no going from here. This works, I'm going to call it. There we go. Cool, well that ironed out a few bugs actually. Oh, some stuff here. I ironed out added text map. Oh, sorry, reference. Fixed. Combat scene. Cursively. Now, we added core scene. Yeah, there's some other changes out when that note will be. Oh yeah, I added go to game save. And that will do. No, only 5 hours and 40 minutes. Plus some time before that. I'm looking forward to fleshing out more of the game while combat's on hold for a moment. Nice. Push. Thanks for coming. Thanks you guys only see me make a VR game in 10 minutes. Thanks, Tales, for showing up. Hope you always appreciate sequence. As usual. And we'll be here next. Oh, I'm not sure about Sunday. Probably next Sunday. I might do something I told myself I'd never ever do again, and that's camping. I might do it. Let's see. But I might still be back in time for streaming. I'm trying to get sick of oxygen and shit. Alright guys, take it easy.